Sorry, folks. I'm just messing around with my tracking presently. I'm having issues with it. Hello, hello. Oh no, there's a loading symbol. Do y'all see that? Hi. Bro, what is going on with my stream? It is bugging out, and I got no idea why. That's no fun. For those of you who are here, can you see the like weird loading symbol in the back of my screen? It's... What is that? Oh, it's my Fugi. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Bye, Fugi. Yeah, because I'm alone. I have no friends. I'm trapped here. Hello, hello! How goes everyone? How've your day been? Or I suppose, how's your night been? Because for most of you, it's in the morning. And I hope that all of you are enjoying your Thursday evening and or your Friday morning. Hello. Yeah, I normally try and like just have your VTuber will be right with you just for about like 5 minutes ish, just so I can like finish up anything I need to do, so folks can get like file in once there is a notification sent out. But today I was just like, I was fighting for my life. I started stream like, call it 3 minutes, definitely under 5 minutes after exiting the shower. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna give myself a couple minutes. Like, now the stream started, people are gonna file in. I'm just gonna be like my BRB screen. let me wolf down a ring ding to give myself some calories and some sugar as like a little boost. Fill up my water. You know how it is. How's my day going? I had a pretty busy day at work actually, because just the way it shook out. Today was kind of like a fall day for yesterday, which is like had a bunch of work from the day prior that had to get done. So luckily I got all that wrapped up. Should be good for the weekend, but you know how it is. An uneventful Thursday, just work. How many of you does that describe your life? That's just nonstop work. Because if you think that like content creation is like a second job, like you're absolutely right. It's just like constantly thinking about how to like best reach different people, how to like make content that everyone will enjoy, put in my best effort. So I'm basically working like, I won't call it 2 jobs. I'll call it like a job and a half. Like it's almost like a part-time job that I don't get paid for. Although I did, and I don't know why, because I'm not a partner yet. I'm not an affiliate on Twitch yet, but I have available like ad campaigns that I can like work with, and only like half of them are the really like sketchy like Raid Shadow Legends. Actually, the first company that reached out to me like on via Streamlabs, which I think is just an automated process, was Raid Shadow Legends, and I thought that was very funny. But I see a bunch of various different games that I can like do an ad campaign for, but also others like Factor. So that's pretty cool. Although, as cool as all of it is, like I would not want to delve into that sort of stuff unless I can vouch for the game outside of the ad, or if my audience would be willing to check out these sorts of games, because I haven't played these games. Might be funny. Although, in terms of like interesting things I've gotten up to recently, I've mentioned this on Twitter. Oh, I need to make a post on Twitter. Give me 30 seconds. My knees broken. My hips destroyed. I truly put the brake in breaking. Yet the stream must go on. Yet I must live on through my live stream, which... And let me just grab this link. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid just like throwing random like, hey, how about you drop by my live stream? Taps fingers together, ooh woo, because like, I don't know, I feel like that's rarely effective. So I don't know how much more effective this is. Boop, boop, boop. Oh boy, another spam bot followed me. Yeah, for those of you unaware, I don't use Twitter outside of just like networking and promotion. So I have a bunch of spam bots following me. And I'm like, do I need to remove them? Does it matter? I would trust Arrow's advice with my life without hesitation. Absolutely. I put so much effort into their content. That's a lie. I put in minimal effort and you know it. All of this, I do this off of like a shoestring, 2 toothpicks, and a cotton swab as my entire budget. And even then, I walk away with 2 toothpicks still. This is just a sham. It's a scam, really. I'm scamming you for your hard-won dollary dues. But no, I think it would be really funny if I just like... It's, for those of you unaware, I also stream on Twitch, and of the various requirements, I have met all of the requirements for hitting affiliate, which is like running ads and like being recognized as like a creator who has some merit to them. I've hit all of those requirements except for I need to stream 7 times this month, and I've streamed 4 times on Twitch so far. So I think it'd be really funny if like on my first stream as affiliate, or like on the stream before affiliate, I'm just like, this stream was brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. It was sarcasm, Arrow. Well, listen, I might have picked up on that, and I might have been supporting you and your joke because I want to use my platform to to signal boost smaller streamers. And And I can say that because I have more YouTube live stream viewers than you have YouTube live stream viewers, because you don't live stream on YouTube. But yes, the only interesting thing I've been up to recently is that I got back into B-girling, and that's just kind of something that I've been doing in my house because we have hardwood floor, and I forgot how painful it is. Couldn't even say it with a straight face. Listen, I can't say anything with a straight face. And you might think that I'm going to follow that up with, oh, it's because I'm gay. Well, no, it's because I smile when I'm nervous. It's a take of mine. Say that to my 33 concurrent viewing Twitch streams. Listen, I'm not talking Twitch streams, sweetie. I'm not talking Twitch. Twitch, that's not this platform. That's the purple one. This is the red one. I'm talking YouTube viewers. Compared to me, you're like little baby on YouTube. At least in terms of live streaming. In terms of like subscriber base, we're comparable. Yo, Uno Mobile is willing to like give me an ad campaign. Interesting. I can only get a Honkai Star Rail mobile app ad run, and I can only get a Genshin Impact PC run. Interesting. I don't know if you ever look through I don't know if any other streamers are in chat. I don't know if you ever check the ad opportunities that are brought to your attention. But I find it very funny because it's like gacha games that may or may not be of dubious quality, and then like food delivery apps. Oh, yo, what if I just become a reaction streamer and I watch someone else play one of these games that they're shilling? Or I suppose advertising, not shilling. But yeah. Comparable YouTube follower base with half the videos and no uploads in 2 months. Listen, that just means that you're better than me. Like, that means that in half of the effort and without active uploads, you have a comparable amount of viewers to me, and that means that you're just superior. I don't know. I think it would be fun if we got like a whole thing going where it's just like, yo, I got 4 VTubers to all take the same sponsorship and see how they would sponsor it in different ways. Also, this video is not sponsored by that because I already ran through my ad campaign for them. So they're getting free advertising. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what I'm gonna chat about today. I just kind of labeled it as an advice stream because people keep asking me for like D&D advice. And one time, I think this was like on my last YouTube live stream, someone asked me like, yo, like, what's your advice for like a new DM with new players or something? And I didn't get a chance to answer. That would be so funny if I just become VTuber Mr. Beast. I took 10 VTubers who were blind and paid for their reconstructive eye surgery. This won't backfire on me. Competitive sponsorship stuff. I mean, that's how you get sales, right? Like, what you get is you get 2 content creators who have similar but distinct fan bases, who have similar interests. You hit them with, hey, I want to sponsor both of you to have a competition about this, and then you suddenly get double the demographics and viewership, because an event is more interesting than just an ad campaign. Yo, what's your advice for like a new DM with new players? Whoa, I was just thinking about that. I mean, I'm down to run into that. I feel like I might just be rehashing whatever I talked about, but like I'm always happy to go into that. First, I want to chat about if anyone else has any questions, any sort of scenarios. If anyone just wants to hear about some stories, that's always fun. And then also, I know I was chatting with AE about this in TMs, but I kind of want to try out PokeRogue before it gets shut down. So I might do that today, depending on if interest is there. Or I might just do it on Sunday because, like, I do want to keep the YouTube live streams more like D&D and TTRPG oriented. Well, you do your comms, AE. I'm not gonna stop you. I mean, alternatively, I could just like start giving advice on like, yo, here's how to like get into breaking, or like, here, I could do some more lectures on rap. Hello. Oh, wanna be really fun? If we have an off-the-cuff stream where like, unusual D&D character archetypes, and then like one of them is like a b-boy bard who like it's all about like instead of just reciting pop songs to a tune with like a D&D flair, they like come up with bars that they're dropping, and like you have a monk who's just a b-boy. I actually ran that in a one-shot one time. Oh, do you do stream like games and stuff on Twitch? I've tried. However, I'm not sure what the interest is because I am a bit of a yapper, and I've found that I have the best engagement with chat when I'm a yapper. However, I've also been streaming for like 3 weeks at this point, so in terms of content creation, I've been doing this for months now, but for games, I haven't really gotten the chance to delve into it. I have a couple that I'd like to try, but I'd like to try out PokeRogue maybe on Twitch, specifically because I don't know much about Pokemon. I've played like the first generation, and I've tried a Nuzlocke of like Fire Red a couple times, but aside from that, like, bro, I don't know how Poison interacts with Fairy. I don't know like the starters of Gen 6. So it would be playing a game where I have like zero information and everyone else is like so much smarter than me, and I'm just like, what's going on here? Hello, hi, how's it going? We're just yapping here, trying to figure out like, do you want me to just jump in with advice for DMing for new players, or does anyone have any specific questions? And of course, I always have stories to tell. I can finally talk about that freaking West Marches I was in for a while, the one-on-one game I was in for a while. Independent of both of those, there was a game where I played as a one-off guest character. I played a b-boy who was a monk, I think of the open hand. And unfortunately, just the way that group was set up is that they weren't very, I'll call them experienced. They weren't very good at pursuing a goal and being engaged with the story, even though none of them had any better options. Because it's one thing if your group is a series, like if your group is a bunch of murder hobos. That's only a problem if someone in the group, be it the DM or otherwise, doesn't want to be a murder hobo. If everyone just wants to be a murder hobo, by all means, go for it. Same thing with if everyone in your group just wants to like go to masquerade balls and have political drama and you never roll initiative in the entire game, then that's also fine. Unless someone wants that, then there's a conflict of interest. The issue with and the thing with this group is that they did what a lot of groups do, and I found this a lot of time, mostly with newer players, and mostly with newer players who have seen actual play shows like Critical Role, like Dimension 20. They tend to say, I want a game with a lot of role play and a lot of narrative, and then they proceed to not engage with the narrative. And with the role-playing front, a lot of new players are interested, but they don't have that muscle yet. So then they either get discouraged or they try their best, but no one engages with them because it's not interesting. It's not that good because they're new at it, because they're not that good at it. So that's kind of like the state that I think a lot of groups fall into. So I guess on advice in terms of my group doesn't roleplay, or like I try to roleplay and no one responds, it might unironically be a skill issue. And that's a situation where you need a group where they will be more conducive to helping you learn. Because so long as you're making that effort, so long as you're trying, that's what matters. And then over time, and by over time, I mean like over dozens of hours of doing it, not like over days, but like over, I have been in a like intense in-character conversation, like time, like a live time spent yapping in the dozens of hours. That's when you start getting to the point of someone insults my character and I can instantly come up with a witty retort. That's when you hit, my character has to choose between X or Y, and I don't even need to think about it because I know my character, they have the fatal flaw of hubris, and they are always going to pursue what will give them the greater glory, and it does not matter that what the party needs is Y, they're going to go after X, and they are not going to apologize, even though I, as a player, have the social awareness to say, hey guys, I get that we all want to go after Y. My character would absolutely go after X. Like, is it okay if I do that? And a lot of times, if the issue of, well, that's what my character would do, is arising from sometimes malice, but also a lot of times lack of communication. Because sometimes all you need to say is, hey, I as a player understand this is a stupid idea, but my character is being stupid right now. Are you guys like, are you good with that? And then most times 90% of the group will be like, oh yeah, that's okay. And then like maybe one person will be like, no, you're going to ruin the plan. You need to stick with the plan. I don't care what your character thinks. Like, you're going to lose us this fight. And that's like, that's probably someone who the fun for them isn't being in character. The fun for them is winning fights and having a tactical RPG, which can be very fun. But like, you gotta, it's a collaborative storytelling game. You gotta learn to play nice. So I found that a lot of times just like recognizing out of game, this is a bad decision, but it's the decision my character would make. Professional yapper. I've been yapping for like 20 minutes. I don't even know why. Why I'm a yapper. Why I'm being called a professional yapper. Actually, let me, just for the sake of it, over here, turn off you. Let's grab MS Paint, my beloved. My apologies, I'm just in OBS. I learned about studio mode fairly recently because I'm not very smart. And I should have looked this up before I started streaming, but womp. Oh my gosh, it was supposed to work. There we go. Now this is just up, just so that we have a visual thing. I'm gonna do real quick what's called the parking lot. So this will be new DMs. This will be world building advice. So basically, this is stuff I don't want. Like, I'm not ignoring it. I'm just not getting around to it now. I swear, like, only half of my messages are going through. Is that just me? Of messages you've sent, it's been that one, professional yapper, and then a while back you were, you stream stuff like games on Twitch. Be aware, on YouTube there is a couple seconds long delay, so it might just be that I'm responding to you late. My apologies if that's the case. But up here, this is just something called the parking lot. That's the idea of, I write this down, I'm not ignoring you, I just need some time. Like, that's a little clock. So I can't remember what I was just talking about. Because as much as I'm a professional yapper, I also get distracted easily, much like a Corvid when I see a shiny object. I almost spilled water all over my chest because I tried drinking from my water bottle and I missed. Luckily, I spilled nothing because I realized that I missed. But I'm like, wait, why do I feel something hitting my chin? Am I doing any writing at the moment? As in writing for games? Or for like creative writing? Or do you mean on the screen? Because on the screen, I have not written anything. I have not, like this is a squiggle. I have yet to write anything. Because I completely lost my train of thought, and then I nearly spilled water all over myself. This is why on Twitch, one of my tags is get girl failure, because I'm a failure, and I'm a girl. Although, I will... Yeah, I've been creative writing almost as long as I've been DMing, and that's why the piece of advice... oh gosh, I don't know if I can write this. There are certain people who want to tell a specific story in D&D. So, story. Alright, the parking lot's fairly small. We couldn't afford a larger one. If you have any more cars you want to park, you gotta wait for someone to leave. Sorry. But in TTRPGs, a lot of times, the DM or a character wants to tell a story. And I think that everyone has experienced a time in a group where at least one player, and this can include the DM, but like at least one player wants one story. They don't want the dice, I rolled low on my attack, so I didn't get to kill the boss. Or I don't want us to have a little like 3-session arc about this other player's backstory. I want to explore my character's backstory and how they were deposed as a noble and trying to go back into that. And what they want is they do not want collaboration. So that's when you ask yourself, well, why are they playing a TTRPG? That's not a G. And not a video game. Well, it's because you can do anything in it. Well, if you want to do anything in it, why do you only want to do one story? Well, it's because the story, like, no one's told it before. Okay, then make a video game. No, but video games are too hard. Okay. Write a book. Like, there's a certain type of person who wants to be creative, and they encounter a TTRPG. And in the TTRPG, they see, oh, I can tell a story. There are character arcs I can have. There are a lot of times it's DMs, but not always, that do this, where they say, I want to have a beginning, a middle, and an ending. I want a cohesive narrative. A lot of this is the so-called Matt Mercer effect. But I don't think that that's the entire story. A lot of it is just people don't see creativity. They don't see making a video game. They don't see making a book. They certainly don't see making like a movie as a viable track. So they turn to TTRPGs and they say, hey, I'm going to grab 5 friends. And we're going to tell this awesome story. And then inevitably, at least 1 to 2 of those friends will not want to tell that story. They will want to tell a different awesome story, maybe a tale to stun and bewilder, as Scrungler says. And then suddenly, friend 1, who is oftentimes the DM, but not always, again, this can be a player as well, they get frustrated. And then suddenly, there's an adversarial relationship between all of the players and the DM. Because maybe the DM wants to tell a very politically sophisticated Game of Thrones style game where the party are all the scions of a noble court and they have to deal with the court politics. And maybe 3 of those characters are game. They're like, yo, I love like politics and machinations. My machinations lay undetected for years. But then maybe 2 of those players are like, I mean, I like a cool story and I like a cool mystery, but I don't really care about all of this like subterfuge and playing the game and politics. I just want to kill monsters. And then suddenly the DM is saying, why aren't these players playing my awesome story? And then these 2 players are saying, why is the DM killing all of our cool ideas? Right? And then the 3 other players are caught in this tug of war where they're saying, it's not an awesome story, it's not an awesome tale, it's not even awe, it's just some, right? So the thing with this is that there is a certain type of person who they should not be playing a TTRPG. They should just make a book. They should just learn how to program and make a video game. And in my experience, and I say this without any malice, a lot of these people, a lot of these people who need to just like write a book, they're not very good. I'm not saying this blanketly, but a lot of these people are like, hey, I want this super cool thing to happen. And I want it to be a surprise. So I'm not gonna foreshadow. Because I don't want anyone to pick up on it. And then what that does is that this turns the surprise into a contrivance. And then a contrivance is not super cool. And then what you have is that you have a book that is all of the ideas of someone who is in their own head thinking, wow, I'm telling a fantastic story. I'm so glad I don't have those other people with their other ideas ruining it. And then what happens is that you have this echo chamber. And this is not the case for everyone, because I think that there are certainly a lot of people who would benefit from just writing a book, making a video game, maybe getting into film. Because maybe what they like is that they like being the director. They like making things happen in a creative capacity. Maybe they're not even like a writer, right? But what ends up happening is that a lot of the time, this comes from Yeah, an echo chamber with just yourself. You'd be surprised how often people fall into that and how dangerous that can be. Because imagine, this is... Actually, I have a better idea. Oh, my apologies. Womp womp. Live demonstration. So, I am... Okay. So, let's say I build this echo chamber around me, right? And I say, hey, I think it would be really cool to write this love story about ninjas. Right? So that's like the core premise that we have. And then suddenly, because it's just me, I don't get any external ideas. I don't ever get any sort of development past this that is not internal, that is not self-reflection. And if I am the sort of person that cannot reflect on myself, which the reason it's so common for these people who just need to go write their own book to end up not being very good when they do that is because they lack the self-reflection to be like, okay, there's a love story about ninjas. Want to be awesome is if there was a big, bad, evil guy, and we'll call him the Shadow Samurai. And then we have a good guy, and he's a ninja, but he's a ninja of light. And the light will beat the shadow, and he'll beat it with the power of love. And the love will be a scantily clad woman who is like has no agency. And then suddenly you have all of these ideas, and you're thinking you're the GOAT. You're thinking you're the greatest of all time. You're thinking you're fantastic. And then suddenly, any criticisms that's like, hey, is that cliche? Has that been done before? Is that cohesive? Is that just like, is it interesting to an audience? All of that bounces off of the echo chamber. And again, like, this isn't a guarantee if you're the sort of person who has to go write your own stuff. Like, to put it plainly, I'm the sort of person where after running for my high school group many years ago, they were not the sort of group that was engaging with the story in the way I wanted. They were not role-playing in the way I wanted. So what I ended up having to do is in order to get that creative outlet out, I just started writing. I started writing books. I started writing novels, and I got like a couple different manuscripts at like 40,000 words each, and then I paused them because I realized not necessarily that I was in my own echo chamber. It was not this bad. It was not this bad. However, I realized, listen, I'm a high school student. I'm young. My main exposure is like, I don't know how to do an ampersand. It's looking down at my keyboard. It's D&D. It's RP. It's improv. I don't have the skills yet to be able to write the stories I want to tell. So what I did is I took, I think it was like 120k words. Do you want to know what I did with it? Shelved it. And it's been many, many years. And since then, I have written a... Let me just... I have manuscript of a novella. I have a nearly fully edited manuscript of a novel. I have another novella that I shelved. So I'll just do novella. I have another novella I shelved because I was just like, it's not really going anywhere. However, what ended up happening is I kind of took the same character dynamic, or took a similar one, and I applied it to the novel. So I guess what this is that I'm just demonstrating that just because you can kind of enter in this echo chamber with yourself, you lack the self-reflection, and then you get stuck on an idea and you keep going with it, and that is not going to lead to a very interesting or productive book or video game or whatever. I am someone who did that, and I found somewhat success in it, right? No worries. I appreciate it. Always happy to have folks here. And just as I was about to get to the world building question, how dare you? Yes, so it's the sort of thing where sometimes you just need to separate, like, do I want to create solo? Or do I want to create collaboratively? Or do I want to create as part of a team? Because all of these are not equal. No, I was teasing. Go off and do your thing. You can always check out the VOD. I appreciate it. Although I am a little bit curious as to how many people here are in the VOD gang, because lurkers are valid and VOD watchers are valid. Let it be known. However, I don't know how interesting I am in terms of like VOD material. Like I think that if I'm gonna answer your questions and respond to you, I might be interesting enough to suffer through. But like someone sitting down and watching my VOD would be crazy. And I also have no idea the analytics on my VODs, because I think it conflates in views how many people watched it concurrently as well as how many people watched it after the fact. So I'm just kind of curious how what kind of VOD watchers my audience is, or how many people can catch it live, because it might end up being some people were complaining that it's super late. I mean, I work days. If I streamed at like 5 p.m., like as soon as I got off work, or like 6 p.m. as soon as I got off work, would that be better for people? Question for the comments. Okay, so advice for DMs of new players. I've talked about this a bit before, but rule number 1, communication. I cannot write properly, which is funny because that's a form of communication. Rule number 2, you, a player. See, it's funny because you, a player, 2. And then I would probably say 3 is not every band is Rush. Okay, so number 1, communication. Most problems can be solved by just talking about it. Most problems can be solved about honestly expressing your feelings in a way that does not attack the other person. You're a professional lurker, mainly listen to me when I'm gaming. Oh, thank you. I'm very much a lurker as well, so I totally understand. Am I literally like currently lurking? No, I restarted my computer. Never mind. I was lurking in a Doug stream earlier. Yeah, even if it's like a content creator I really enjoy, I just lurk. So, no shame here. Lurkers are welcome. I appreciate you just the same, as well as VOD watchers, because, like, I don't know. As much as I appreciate the instant gratification dopamine of someone like being here present and seeing that viewer marker go up and someone like commenting, I don't know. The fact anyone would watch my stuff at all is just kind of humbling. So, wait, I just realized with the parking lot, if I destroy the building, I can make more parking spots. Hee. Lurkers are the backbone of the streaming ecosystem. Exactly. And like, I'm seeing names that I'm unfamiliar with. I'm assuming that I have some lurkers who are popping out of the woodwork to be like, hello. No, and it's the sort of thing where the fact that some streams say lurkers welcome implies the existence of a far more nefarious system where lurkers aren't welcome. And as funny as I think it would be to like do that, to be like, if you're not an active participant, I don't want you here. I'm gonna kick you out. I just think that it's like viewer. Wait. Viewer equals yay. Angry yay, because I'm mischievous. I just got very interested in your takes on God. I mean, hey, I appreciate it. Viewers equal angry happy face. Or, I mean, I don't know how to describe that face. I suppose it would be like, or would it be, I don't know. Anywho, no, I mean, it's, I think it can be disheartening for a lot of streamers if a small number stays small. And I think that's the sort of thing where, I mean, that's really just a mindset thing, ain't it? Like, what is small, right? Is small 0? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 10? Is it 99 because it's not a 3-digit number? Like, ask 6 different streamers and you'll get 6 different answers. You'll probably get like, oh, well, I don't want to be dismissive of my 2 viewers, but I'm not going to pretend like that's a lot of people. I mean, have you ever like just sat down playing a game or chatting with someone and there's just like 2 people who are sitting next to you and watching you? That's a lot. If it's 1, same deal. It's like just having someone's attention is like pretty neato. And then 10 is like enough to fill a small room. Like my bedroom would be like kind of overtaken if there was 10 people in it. And 99 is the sort of thing where like that's a proper audience, it's a proper crowd. However, there are some streamers who, if they have like under 10K, that's considered poor performance. I really envy your ability to talk engagingly even when you're not talking to chat. I tried streaming myself and I find it hard to talk to yourself like that. Yeah, and what that is, like what that honestly is that when we don't seem to be talking about this right now. I'm just going to parking lot number 2. No, and I appreciate that because that's something I'm a little self-conscious about. And that's part of the reason why I kicked the can on streaming so long is because I know that the average story for a streamer is particularly like so for instance, like a VTuber. A VTuber would be like, hey guys, I'm debuting. And what they get is they get an outpouring of support. Because everyone can rally around an idea and give it good vibes. And they can say all the support and cheering that they want. And then the debut comes, and then it's like 5 concurrent viewers. Which, let's just be real, is kind of great. Right? For someone's first stream, that's going to be amazing. And then what happens is that on their next stream, that drops down to like 1. Or maybe even 0. Because people stick around for the event. They stick around and be like, oh, I wanna check out this new streamer. I want to check out who this is. And then once they see who it is, they're like, oh, they're not for me, or I don't like their model, or they have really bad mic quality, or they're not engaging, blah, 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 blah. Like any reason, and a lot of those reasons are valid. A lot of them are just being picky. A lot of them are just being like, I'm going to say discriminatory, but in the sense of like choosing based off of criteria, not in the way of like systemic discrimination. But I mean, like you're doing this, right? And then imagine as an audience member, this repeats like 10 times a day, right? Like this whole thing happens like 10 times per day. And then on top of that, you have any of the VTubers who like stick it out after this, they get to the point where they have like between 1 to 3 regulars. And like maybe they hit affiliate. And then they think, man, I've been doing this for 6 months and I don't even have as many regular viewers as I did on my debut. And then unfortunately, a lot of them quit. Or realistically, what a lot of them do is that they don't quit. They go on hiatus. They take a break. They slow down their schedule so that they can focus on other things, and then they just never pick it back up. And then like those 1 to 3 regulars are like, okay, I mean, I guess on to the next one. Like I really liked this person. I liked them enough to follow them, and maybe I was a subscriber to them, and I didn't hit every stream, but I came to as many streams as I could. And then we're back to the start of the cycle of, oh, well, there's another 10 debuts today. So that's just kind of like the context for what it was, and that's why I didn't start for so long. And then the way that I'm able to talk to myself is that it's a little bit of just being built different. Right? I'm not gonna lie, there is a little there's a little bit of being built different, because there are some people where this just is not their MO. It is not their capacity. They not for everyone. Some people just don't enjoy it. And I often will say, like, I mean, hey, I'm just built different, or like it's just a me thing. It's like my unique psychology. I mean, but it's kind of true. Like, that's not self-aggrandizement. That's not me saying I'm better than you. That's not me saying that you're inferior. That is me saying we all have our strengths. We all have our weaknesses. And yapping nonstop for like 6 straight hours happens to be one of my strengths. And that is not a native strength. That is not a strength I've had forever and that I've always been good at, and that there's no hope of anyone ever replicating it, because no, I practice. And actually, I practiced it a little incidentally, because I actually did it for YouTube videos. I would practice to myself, just kind of talking through points and yapping at myself at the idea of, and then this is also kind of, as I was in the content creation mindset, I was like, oh, well, if I'm a YouTuber, what if I stream sometime? Well, I want to be able to speak coherently and not like, I don't know. Let's say I'm the sort of person who I am the sort of person who I love dogs, right? Dogs are fantastic. They're like one of my favorite animals, if not my favorite animal. And then someone asked me a question about like running with my feet kicking out in a dog park, and then I accidentally stumble into saying that like I really enjoy doing that, and then I accidentally paint myself as someone who kicks dogs, right? Like that's the sort of thing where obviously that particular circumstance is so outlandish that no one would, or very few people would actually get upset at me if I accidentally said that. But there are certain other topics where if I accidentally say, oh, I do this thing, or I misspeak and I agree to something that I don't actually do or believe in, there can be very real consequences for being misconstrued as someone who supports X, Y, Z. I'm not going to talk about them here because there's many different subjects, but a little bit of what this was is that I was practicing to protect myself because I wanted to kind of talk about certain issues to myself as if I was speaking to an audience, so that if I said anything like, yeah, I love running around dog parks and doing like kicking exercises in dog parks, then I can think to myself, wait, no, that sounds like I want to kick dogs. Like, no, I should not say that. And then I can kind of course correct. And the specifics of I'll call it self-yap. Because at the end of the day, it's not really self-talk. It's not like me hyping myself up or anything. It's yapping at myself and just kind of listening to myself. Like physically, I will talk out loud, and as I'm doing now, I'll just speak to myself. The specifics of it don't matter. Oftentimes, these random topics that come up to yourself that you practice yapping at yourself and you're listening and you're like, man, I shouldn't have said that. Or I just repeated myself 3 times. I want to try again, but this time I cut myself off after the first time because I said everything I wanted to say. It helps develop that sort of ability to speak and pausing, thinking about what you're going to say, having the ability to say what you were just thinking of while also thinking of what you want to say next. That's all practice, baby. Then I just kind of started doing that because I was like in the YouTube mindset. I was going over to the stream mindset. So I was thinking like, okay, well, if I'm on stream, how would I talk about this? And then I just kind of started doing it. Practice leads to habit. Oh, that is not an H. Right? So I started doing it to kind of specifically practice so that if I'm in a situation where like one of these topics comes up, I won't like say the wrong thing, or I'll have some kind of, even if I only talked about it to myself for 5 minutes once, that is more than having never thought about it before, right? And some of these conversations I have literally talked to myself through in private by myself, self-yapped, and then the exact same topic came up on stream, and then I talked about it, realizing that I've already talked to myself about it, and I was like, haha, it worked. But now it's just habit. So now I will literally talk to myself about things that have zero streaming relevance because I'm keeping my brain in the mindset of yapping to myself. Self-yap, habit, practice, protection, content brain. And I should also mention, under the built different part, in terms of like not for everyone, strengths and weaknesses, one of my strengths is that I've almost never had a fear of public speaking. I have my apprehensions of failure. I have my self-doubts. I have my nervousness in like really it's like one-on-one conversations and me in unfamiliar small groups. I struggle to socialize a lot of the time, though I very am easy to be social, if that makes sense. So I have my strengths and my weaknesses inherently, but the bulk of this came from practice, which then became habit. And I just have this like content framework of mind. And then ultimately, I went into this with the mindset of, let me delete all this. I went into this with the mindset of, well, what works? And I would say, more importantly, what doesn't work? And do you want to know what this is? What this is a streamer who has one concurrent viewer playing a game in silence. Let's fix that. And let's look at this. Like, what doesn't work? A streamer who has like one viewer or two viewers or a very few amount of viewers, oftentimes lurkers. However, this is obviously not to shame lurkers. This is just generally how it is. Playing a game, oftentimes, I would say it's either niche or cliche, or niche or saturated. And that, if you're wondering what that means, it's like, well, what does that even mean? So I'm a bad streamer. I don't know what's hot right now, but for instance, oh wait, I know what's hot right now. Elden Ring DLC. Elden Ring DLC would be a saturated game. That's a game where in someone's follow list, probably over half of the streamers that are live on their follow list are all playing Elden Ring, because that just came out. It's super popular. It's super big. And then the other half are, I'm going to call out AE here, but it's out of love. It's not out of mean. It's not out of malice. Solitarobo the Red Hunter. Have any of you in chat heard of that game? And if you have you heard of it outside of Archivist's stream? Because I would bet that over 90% of you have never heard of the game Solitarobo the Red Hunter for the DS. So what happens here is, all of this doesn't work. Okay, what can we change about this? Well, obviously you're a streamer. You could swap to YouTube videos, but Let's Plays aren't really in the meta, and they haven't been in a while, and it's a different skill set. So I don't think that we can swap out being a streamer. You physically can, but the goal here is like, hey, how can we stream? I want to be a streamer. So don't swap that out. One concurrent viewer or like a couple concurrent viewers who are lurkers, you also can't change that, because ideally, based off of your performance, there will be more lurkers, more viewers, and of them, a large percentage are going to be lurkers. That's just kind of like how it works. So like L, and then viewers total, and then like a very baby amount are going to be participants, right? So you can't change the fact that they're lurkers. You can't change the fact that you only have a couple. And playing, so the two options you have left are playing games and in silence, which the silence is generally because of the low viewership. So this is nebulous because what if I'm a COD channel? What if my entire brand is playing Call of Duty? And right now, no one cares about Call of Duty. Specifically because the last Call of Duty game to be released, which I think was like in November, everyone hated. Or like back in autumn, like everyone hated. It was initially DLC for a game released a year prior that got created into a full game that was not very good. And even like COD fans don't want to play it. And then there hasn't been a release since. So suddenly I'm this COD player. What do I do? Do I swap my niche? Do I go to the saturated games? What if I'm a variety streamer and I really like just need to play Elden Ring because I played Elden Ring. It got good viewership. Now I need to play the DLC because no one else is going to watch it in like 2 weeks. So this is something where it's difficult. And I think there's a mental block on if you swap playing like what game you play. But it's something that you can swap. This is the big one. Just sitting there in silence. Maybe you have music playing. But the thing is, if you have low views, that generally loses motivation. And because you lose motivation, you're quiet / disengaged. Maybe I should just write in cursive. That would be easier on a mouse. And then because you're quiet and disengaged, new viewers. Oh my gosh. My apologies. New viewers bounce. They don't, like, if someone checks out your stream, they watch it, they check it out for like 30 seconds and then they leave, which leads to low views, which then goes back to the lack of motivation. And then you stay quiet and disengaged. So again, looking at this, you can't control low views. You really can't control losing motivation because that's how you feel. As much as people like, as much as a lot of people tend to be like, well, if you just think logically, you won't have to deal with those pesky emotions. Like, you can't control how you feel most of the time. And a lot of the time, how you feel is important. And it will help guide you, even if not in terms of like decision making, but in terms of like how what your affect is, how you interact with people, what you're doing. So then the fact that you're quiet and disengaged as a result, you need to change, because otherwise you can't change the fact that new viewers are bounced. Because why should I sit here watching this person I have never seen before silently play Fortnite and like the chat is dead because there's 2 concurrent viewers of whom I am one, when I have like this other super popular streamer just went live, and then also this other indie streamer who has like 6 concurrent viewers. I check out their stream and they're like playing Jackbox with their audience, right? So the only thing you can change here is how do you react to this kind of lack of motivation and low views? And obviously, I'm a small streamer. I have like under 10 concurrent viewers across both platforms. I rarely have a super active chat. I think like last YouTube stream was super active, but I mean super active for me, not super active crazily. And even with that, I have hit like my last, I think it was my last Twitch stream. Did I do one earlier this week? Can't remember. Anyway, I think it was my last Twitch stream where I spent like the first 2 hours with like 2 concurrent viewers, and I was talking about like coding on a video game that I had done, and showing off my code to like some programmers in chat. and occasionally talking about like tarot and whatever. But it was one of the longest stretches of time where my chat was just kind of dead and not really engaging. So it was entirely really on me to be entertaining and keep those couple viewers around, because well, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, for all I know, because it's something I do. Part of what I do is I kind of take a half step here as well. I tend to not look at the viewership because I recognize that if I see 6 concurrent viewers and then I spend like 15 minutes talking about something and then I see 4 concurrent viewers, that will demotivate me. So I'm just out of sight, out of mind, not thinking about it, not looking at it, not worrying about it. But then obviously with chat, if the chat is pretty active and then I'm talking and then it suddenly goes non-active, is that because people are lurkers? Is that because people stopped watching? Is that because my live stream died and I'm no longer streaming? I don't know. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much for just the humble reminder. And what I'm saying is that there's all of these factors, and even I've run into where like the onus is entirely on me of like, I don't like, motivation is down, the views are down, new viewer retention is down, because I found that with my streams, at least at present, most of my viewers and even my new viewers are just coming from YouTube, or they're coming from, I was being a menace in Archivist's chat and then another chatter followed me and then they're like, oh, Arrow's streaming, let me check them out. So yeah, like I've run into that too. Obviously I can't claim to be an authority because I've only been doing this for a couple of weeks, but the secret sauce is, and this is kind of like, I don't know, this is almost like fortune cookie wisdom of like, talk like you're streaming to 100 people or 1,000 people or 10,000 people. And I think that's kind of advice, because if I'm going to talk to 10,000 people, like Ed Weenie, I don't care that you're super focused on my words because I'm spitting facts. And that's not a dig against you. And that's not me being conceited. That is the simple fact that if I am talking to 10,000 people, each individual person literally is not worth my time to engage with, because there are so many other people who would then want the equal attention, right? And even if you just like pare that down to 100, right? 100 people, if I'm talking to 100 people, I still have to like triage. I still have to be like, okay, like Cookie, thanks for calling me based, but I can't commit you to memory. I can't think about you. I can't try to engage with you on a personal level, specifically because there are 99 other people. No, that's the thing. I'm not even talking parasocial relationships. I'm talking the relationship you have. Goodbye, D&D tips. I have already talked about you before. The relationship the streamer has with 1 viewer, 10 viewer, 100 viewers, and 1,000 viewers is entirely different. And that's not even just because it's multiplicative, right? It's not your 100% of my attention, your 10% of my attention, your 1% of my attention, your 0.1% of my attention. It is when I am talking to one person, they are a person. When I'm talking to 10 people, they are a group. When I'm talking to 100 or 1,000, they are a mass. They are a collective. They get nebulous. Once you start hitting the dozens of viewers, and particularly once you hit the double digits of chatters, I've found, it just becomes a mass. Like, I've seen a stream of someone who, she has like average of like 100 viewers, but the chat is as active or less active than like a 30-person chat sometimes. And I think that's because of her niche is like art. She streams like daily. She streams art. She has cozy vibes. And the whole thing is like she has a bunch of lurkers who all love her content and who all want to support her. But she can interact with them as if it's just a group of people because so few of them are properly interacting. And then what happens is that if you have a really active chat, maybe 10 viewers act like 100 because they're making jokes, they're making memes, they're constantly talking about my grippers at Lark. No, you're good. No, so don't apologize for making jokes because like the serious sign is not up. This is just like an advice stream. This is just like yapping, off topic tangents and jokes, perfectly acceptable. No worries. So the advice of like stream as if 1,000 kind of falls flat because I could have 10 people who are as active and that maybe like they're memers and they're kind of like hyperactive that act as if they're 100. And I could have 1,000 people who, I mean, frankly, like if 800 of them are lurkers and 150 of them are like they're idle. They don't like, they just kind of like have the channel open for points. Like they just farm channel points. That leaves you with like 50 people. And maybe of those 50, like 10 are active, 30 like are like a one message, like a once per stream message. And then maybe like another 10 are only are only active like when prompted. So suddenly you have like for this 1,000 people block, it's closer to a group. But then it kind of starts shifting into a mass once you're like, yo, chat, is this real? You're like, hey, chat, like, how do I do this thing? Once you prompt them, all of the people who are prompters join, so suddenly it doubles. And then maybe a couple of the people who only like message a few times per stream also jump in, so now it's like 30 people. So that's why it's less stream as if you're streaming to 1,000 people, and it's more be humphy. Yapping. About your thoughts. Because this is what it boils down to, right? It is, I'm playing Overwatch, and I am like, oh no, I have not played Overwatch in many years, but like maybe I'm playing Soldier 76, and I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm in Call of Duty, but and like the in-game chat is probably just as bad, and like I don't want my viewers to have to be subjected to that, so I'm gonna mute it. That's content right there. If you're comfortable yapping with yourself, then you can like say like, bro, maybe it's because I'm Soldier 76, but like it feels like I'm in a COD lobby right here. I'm worried that the comms will be just as bad. And then you go and mute your comms. And then suddenly that is an action that I think a lot of people intuitively would just kind of do. Like the idea of thought action can usually be interrupted by an explanation. And that's why you get so many streamers who just narrate what they're doing on screen, because they're like, hey, I am explaining my thought process so there's not dead air. I made a wall here so that instead of that, you got to go down to explanation, and then from explanation, you can go over to action. And then once you hit this point, that's when you can start doing improv. That's when you can start making jokes. That's when you can start being creative and letting your personality shine. Because there's a very different vibe between someone who is playing a horror game and they see a monster, so they turn around and run away. And as they do so, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. I'm going to run away. Oh, no. I hope it doesn't find me. And then someone else who's just like, piss off, you overgrown hairball. Like, they can do the exact same action, but they're completely different vibes and genres of entertainment. You're learning to play Dark Heresy with a friend. Session 0 was just making a feral planet that was using our modern technology, but they count as feral in 40k. Nice. You should have them be as politically tolerant and like socially progressive as we are today, like just maybe of your home country, and then have it be like, wow, they're like super heretical. Like they accept other people for who they are, even though they sometimes disagree. That's like super heresy. They made a wall and Twitch is going to pay for it. Exactly. So yeah, this is a situation where there's another wall. So there's the thought process to action. You erect a wall that is explanation. But then that explanation wall, you can have them go through improv. You can just start riffing. You can just start building off of yourself and your own bars. You can make jokes. That could be puns. That could be plays on words. That could be insults to the game. Anything that's funny. You could be creative. You could just start espousing poetic nonsense if that's what you're good at. You could just be scared. You could just be angry. You could be Tyler 1 raging at a game. That's what sets the people who just narrate what's happening on screen from content, from, I'm not going to say content creators, from people who tend to experience greater growth. Because a lot of the people who are stuck in like the 1 to 3 concurrent viewers and then they're like all lurkers, that like the people who are stuck in this tend to not have the explanation wall. And then I think what happens is that once you break past that wall, you experience retention, but not growth, maybe. And mind you, again, I'm a very small streamer. I have very middling streaming success. I even have very middling YouTube success. So I'm by no means an authority on this, but this is just kind of my philosophy of what I've seen. Like what I've been experiencing is I've been experiencing pretty all right retention of people who check out my stream, but not very good discoverability and growth. However, I like to think that I've hit this like this second wall. I've pushed past it. So with this, there's this line which then hits that. Yo, what up, Cloudion? We focused on the idea of his character being a typical reasonable atheist who just works, but then sororists just arrive from heaven like angels and take over the planet in 2 days, taking 0 losses. Yeah, power armor will do that to you. Also, for anyone who has no idea what's going on, we're just currently like having like a bit of an advice stream, just a yapping stream, and currently we're talking about the idea of the benefits of and also the mechanics of just kind of talking to yourself when you got no viewers. And then I'm just currently demonstrating the idea of a lot of people who are stuck in that like handful of concurrent viewers. What's the CCV stand for? Is it just CV? Concurrent viewers? Oh, concurrent viewers. Anyway, the people who are stuck in like only a handful of concurrent viewers for like many months at a time and like none of them interact with chat or none of them engage, like they're all lurkers. It's usually because they just think about things and then act on those things. And they're not very vocal. They're not very engaging to listen to. So the kind of first step off of that is instead of thinking and then acting, you think and you explain as you act. And that's the classic streamer thing of, hey, like, I'm going to build up this big thing in Fortnite because then I can snipe from it. And I broke a lot of wood so that I can climb up real high. And I'm thinking I'm going to go between 4 and 8 stories because that's high enough that I can get a clear view, but small enough that if anyone breaks my structure, then I won't take fall damage. I don't know if Fortnite has fall damage. I've never played it. But that's like the people who they're just lecturing what is actively happening in the game, on screen, whatever. And then another step past that is where they start making jokes. They start being creative. They start improvising. They start showing off their personality. And the example I used is if someone sees a monster and they run away, it's the difference between like screaming and yelling like run away, ah, run away, the monster's so scary, blah blah blah, versus like suck on this, you oversized hairball, try and get me in here. And then like they hide in a place and they start laughing at the monster. Like those are both content. Those are both multiple steps removed from just thinking and then doing. And as you might have guessed, a lot of the Twitch streamers who do that, they're not in that 1 to 3 range. They might be in that like I don't know, maybe like 8 to like 18. So by no means is it a cure-all. By no means is it as soon as you start doing this, you'll become a Twitch partner. But I think that's how you break from, hey, I have no views, what am I doing wrong? To, hey, now I have a small community. How do I expand my community? Because the scariest step is, and I think always will be, the first one. Because from step 0, step 1, versus step 2, versus step 3, step 1 to step 2 is a 100% increase. Meanwhile, step 2 to step 3 is a 50% increase. Meanwhile, 0 to 1 starting is an infinite increase. So this goes for effort. This goes for experience. This goes for viewers. This goes for subs/follows. This goes for hobbies, habits, good or bad. It's the same deal of like you'll try like one life hack that will, like the 2-minute rule or like the 5-minute rule or whatever, that gets you from not doing your work to starting it. And then suddenly it's so much easier to just make the next steps, right? Because look at the difference between infinity all the way down to 100 and then 100 down to 50 and then 50 down to 33%. But that's also the same thing where why it's so easy for like the slippery slope of like weed is a gateway drug. Like you can start with something light and then it goes easier and harder, and it's so easy to just. I very strongly believe, and this is due to my unique psychology, this is due to how I am personally, I believe in applying the concept of inertia to your life. And like now we're really getting to like arrow advice street, right? Because like this is just straight up life advice, right? I personally find it so much easier to continue than I do to start. Like, I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. Anyone who's been here for the past, oh my gosh, it's been an hour and a half. I don't know if anyone has been here for the full hour and a half, but like, you might be able to hear it just like in my energy, in my how I'm coming across, in my voice, in my affect. When I start, I might be nervous. I might be oh my gosh, that's an awful spelling. Maybe nervous. I may be reluctant. I might procrastinate. But once I'm starting, I am in the zone. And in the biz, we like to call that hyperfocus, but don't worry. Even neurotypicals can hyperfocus. But yeah, like, it's just my personal philosophy that, like, whether acutely and we're talking hyperfocus, or we're talking grossly and we're talking habits, once you start doing something, it's easier to continue it than it is to stop it. However, once you stop it, it will be harder to start it back up than it will be to have just continued it. Starting a new task is hard unless you procrastinate on another task. Yeah, and that's like where you get the idea of I'm gonna do my chores so I don't have to do my homework. Or I'm going to check my emails so I don't have to write this report. That's where you get, I'm not going to call it toxic productivity, but I will call it unproductive productivity. That's such a tiny Y. And that's something where it's like, well, I can't solve this for you. You have to be what changes it. However, I will say a frame of mind that has absolutely like changed my life. If I don't do this now, who will? Like unironically, this, just asking myself this question has unironically gotten me to do so many things I don't want to do, because I'm like, ugh, the floor in the kitchen is dirty. I don't want to deal with it. Like, and then I just ask myself, if I don't do this now, who will? And then I end up sweeping the floor because it needs to get done. But I'm not going to do it if I don't do it right now. Maybe you have roommates, but they're probably procrastinating the same way you do. It's the same thing with dishes. It's the same thing with homework. It's the same way with getting a video done. And oftentimes, once I start, I'm like, heck yeah, I just did that thing. Or I feel so motivated to do more things. I was talking about breaking earlier, B-girling. Like, it's an exercise. It's something that I really enjoy doing, but I often struggled to do it, mostly due to my own insecurity and self-doubts. Because I'm like, well, I was never very good at it, but I'll never be good at it unless I practice. So I started practicing. And I actually discovered some power moves that I had never done before. And power is far and above my weakest aspect of breaking. So it was super cool to do this thing where I'm like, I've been wanting to do this for a while. I finally started doing it. Right? Like, I did it in the past. I finally picked it back up again. And then as I'm doing it, I'm lying on the floor exhausted, as I was just like trying, like, because it's exercise, right? It's dance. So I'm exhausted lying on the floor, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, I'm so glad I did this. I feel so productive. And I'm learning this cool thing. Like, the dopamine you get from doing something that you didn't want to do and then realizing, like, wow, I'm doing that productive thing and no one forced me to. Or I just completed that productive thing. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't have the dread of that paper due Sunday night that I haven't worked on until Sunday afternoon. I did it. I submitted it on Friday. My weekend is now free. Right? It's I mean, it's easy to just call it like discipline. But how many times have you struggled with something and someone just said, yeah, you just need more discipline. You just need to hold yourself accountable. You just need to be responsible. Like, that is the least helpful thing you could say. I know I need to be disciplined. That's my struggle. I don't know how to be disciplined. I don't know what discipline entails. However, if I'm talking about like, yo, you get this rush of dopamine when like you're halfway through sweeping the floor and you're just like, I don't have to deal with a dirty floor anymore. Like, I don't have to spend the next 4 days watching where I step in the kitchen because like someone spilled some salt on the floor. It's just, it's good in the moment. And then later you like, it's recursive. It feeds back into itself, because then if it's like doing your laundry, for instance, like, oh, I need to do my laundry. You do your laundry and then you're like, wow, like I'm already folding my clothes. And like 2 hours ago, I was just thinking I needed laundry done. And then it's dopamine in the moment. Later, when you're like, oh, I need clothes, you realize, wait, I have a full wardrobe. I just did my laundry. You get another hit of dopamine, right? It's honestly crazy how when you stop the unproductive productivity and you start thinking, if I don't do this now, who will? Or if I don't do this, who will? Or if I don't do this now, when will I? It just pushes you to do so much. I need to make a superhero who is a college student. He procrastinates college by doing superhero stuff, but has no secret identity, so his teachers can't yell at him. The problem with if I don't do this, who will? Usually ends with I don't deserve this being done. And that's its own issue, right? Because a lot of the time, negative self-talk whether you realize or not, is learned. The things you have doubts about, the things you are insecure about, the things that whenever you try it, you say, dang, I'm not good enough, I suck, is probably because a parent or friend or loved one or person you admired, usually when you were a child, told you you suck. They told you you're not good enough. That's why it's such a cliche of like, oh, you need to give kids constant affirmation. You need to constantly say that they're fantastic at everything, because what that does is that it builds confidence. And then when you have built confidence, if you fail, you say, no big. Just because I failed at hitting my follow goal for the month on Twitch, that's no big deal. I still got halfway. I can see the bright side of things. I still like learned how to ollie on my skateboard this month. So even though I failed, I can recognize the partial success and the unrelated success. And you might think like, well, that's just called being an optimist. No, what it is that it's compartmentalizing. which is a fancy way of saying failing does not make you a failure. I would be willing to bet that at least one of you in chat, and it might be you, thinks if I can't succeed at everything, I am a failure. And then in response to that, you are going to say, well, I know, I recognize it's not everything, it's just everything I should be good at. Bro. You think you should be good at everything. And that's just something that I've seen happen enough times that I'm a little bit disillusioned with it, honestly. I've seen so often people who say, if I can't be good at the things I should be good at, I'm a failure. And the things I should be good at is everything that interests me. And because I have so many interests, I do not spend the time and attention and work up the confidence and competence in all of my interests. So therefore, I am only okay at everything instead of good at a couple things. So therefore, I am a failure. And generally, that's because they were a gifted kid. Excuse me. They were a gifted kid. They were special. They were really, really good when they were young. And then as soon as they stopped receiving all of that praise and validation, as soon as they stopped, or maybe because they got told you shouldn't do this because you suck at it, and then they learned, hey, I'm gonna not do things I'm told that I suck at. I'm only gonna do things I'm good at. Then suddenly they have this whole complex for the rest of their lives, and they're constantly like not working properly. They're a perfectionist. They think they fail at things, which makes them a failure. They think that like any black mark on their history is a complete and utter inability of themselves to grow in the future. And that's because they don't compartmentalize. They don't say, my skill at skateboarding is different than my skill at getting Twitch followers. And I am really good at skateboarding, but I'm really bad at getting Twitch followers. So, I mean, which holds more weight? Are they equal? Or is it just, hey, I failed at one thing, so I must have failed at everything, and just ignore what you were good at? You were a gifted kid and it bites back now very strongly. Is also punished for being bad at some things. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. And I don't want to call anyone out, and I don't want to say, please know that as frustrated as this mindset makes me, I recognize that you are without blame, asterisks, to a point. Bro, can you even read this? I apologize for my handwriting. Let me... Because it's the sort of thing where, like a lot of the time it's a trauma response. A lot of the time it's the result of parenting style, teaching the child what and what not to internalize. A lot of the time it is a direct result of circumstances the child found themselves in and then how they grew up. But at a certain point, it is you are holding yourself back and you have resisted attempts to change. I'm not saying that's the case. That's not guaranteed. However, no one but you can change you. And people will try. People will try to change you. People will try to save you. People will try to fix you. But at the end of the day, all internal change is the result of internal factors, right? You might change as a result of being convinced by someone of something, or of someone's pressure, or of someone's coercion, or of someone's encouragement even, but it has to change from you. So there's a certain point of you're constantly self-sabotaging for 20 years and you're constantly complaining about not being able to pursue your passions because you feel like you're a failure because you're not skilled at them, and then you don't put in the effort to actually grow from them. No matter how much of a cycle of internalization and trauma and hurt there is there, at a certain point, it's you holding yourself back, and you have to change if you want to be happy. Like, that's the unfortunate reality. However, that is not to say everyone who is struggling with this, like, just needs to get good. It's a skill issue. What that's to say is you have to, like, legitimately consider, have you given this a fair shot? Have you tried to shift away from this, to change your mindset, to change your frame of mind? Have you spent years of effort on it? Or did you spend a month or two and then give up when you didn't see results? My motivation quote to get me to keep trying things I'm bad at is, if I'm afraid of the result, I'm never going to get it done. Yeah, and that's why YouTube and streaming, I'm constantly posting stuff that, like, I cringe at a day later, right? But it's not a matter of, is it good? It's a matter of, did I try my best? It's not a matter of, is it perfect? It's a matter of, did I work to the best of my ability in the time I had allotted? And if I find flaws with it, if I find faults with it, that means that I'm stronger as a result. That being said, you gotta learn to actually work on those, right? If I make the same mistake every single video for a month straight, that's not me growing. That is me being complacent and not caring, right? I'm trying to learn how to lose, and people get angry at me sometimes when I manage to gracefully lose because they don't get the sadistic pleasure of pissing me off. Very rewarding. Yes, one of the most, like, wonderful things is being petty to spiteful people, because you're like, you know what, that's a good game. I lost to you, and, like, you deserve that win. And they're like, I don't know, you had a pretty good shot, but I kind of snatched it away from you there at the end. Sorry that you got to be stuck with second. And you're like, hey, seconds, like seconds better than third. And then they just get frustrated at you, and it's so fun. My mom's parenting style was press left mouse button to attack. Ooh, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. However, it sounds like you have an ethnic parent. This is too true. I play video games on easy mode just to be back at the good old times of being a gifted kid, because it was just relaxing. Also, we can all tell you keep cringing at your content. Your main community right now, the meme is them grippers. Okay, no one said them grippers until you came, and then no one else said them grippers until you said it right now. So I think that's a you meme. I think you're weirdly in defeat. And I'm sorry to leave you in defeat, but grippers ain't a community meme. I'm sorry. Hello, Scoop. We're just going through advice on, I mean, like, I started with just kind of D&D advice, and then it shifted slowly but certainly into, like, life advice. Which, fair warning. Well, yeah, ethnic parent, and I know you're Polish. You said you're Polish on multiple occasions. But yes, we're talking life advice. Fair warning, just for anyone in chat. And I will throw up the serious sign for this. Oh. Where is the serious sign? Is it hidden? Let me hide this for a second. Yeah, so serious sign for just a moment. I am not a psychologist. I am not a psychiatrist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical professional. I'm not even accredited for like, what's it called? Like I'm not like a life coach or anything. I don't have any certifications. This is all just my opinion. This is all just my experience. Don't take me at face value. Don't take me at my word without any deeper meaning. See what works for you, see what doesn't, and I encourage you to explore your own journey. I just want to make that explicitly clear because, well, frankly, like too many people try to sell you the secret sauce to happiness without the caveat that it's really just what worked for them. And a lot of times they want to sell you something. So I just want to make it very clear. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not trying to like tell you I know better than you. This is just what's worked for me and what I've experienced in my personal circumstances. Okay. Serious sign is now gone. Yeah, last live everyone said it. They also wanted to give me 3 Oshi marks, which I think is a bit excessive, but I also think that all 3 of them fit, so it would be kind of cute to like have 3 Oshi marks. Yes, them grippers was a single live meme. I don't know, I think it'd be funny if we have no community jokes, and the community joke is that it's just constantly rotating. It's a new joke every time, and the newcomers are always just like, oh, hey, is this some sort of long-standing tradition in the community? And then everyone says, no, we just made this up half an hour ago. And then they're like, oh, okay. And then next stream they come by and try to repeat a joke, and then everyone's like, what are you doing? You're crazy. You're stupid. Like, your jokes are bad. Just like bully anyone that tries to be a part of the community. That'd be so funny. Well, so that's another thing is that there was another stream where I made a joke that everyone was in a polycule and that like I wasn't a part of it, and it's a polycule about me that does not involve me, and then we didn't continue the joke. So maybe the joke really is like it just rotates every stream. Like last stream was grippers. Okay, no. Community joke is not gaslighting. That's just me. Like, I'm just gaslighting. And of course, by gaslighting, I mean I'm just right and you should listen to me and you shouldn't question what I'm saying. You don't need to, like, fact check me. I'm just right, you know? Like, just listen to me. All you need is me. All you need to do is listen to me. You wouldn't question me, would you? Gas lamping. Oh, you want to be the guy leading the faction of holding on to the jokes forever? I mean, okay, it would be really... I did also, I think this was like the last YouTube live stream, the idea of a Discord server that has only one text channel. I think that would be really funny. I might do that for affiliate, because I'm approaching Twitch affiliate fairly quickly. No, that really was me trying to go yandere mode. I wonder if I have any yandere enjoyers in chat. I am not a fan, because I am not a fan of outwardly affable but fundamentally disturbed individuals. I've dealt with that in my real life. Yes, gas lamping is the proper terminology. You're just making up what gaslighting is. I don't even know what that means. But it would be very funny for Twitch affiliate that I start the Discord server and it just has one channel. And then probably what I would do is that either like once every other week or maybe once every milestone, you guys get a vote for what channel you want. So it's like, do you want a meme channel? Do you want an artwork channel? Or do you want an announcements channel? You get one of the three, and the other two, you gotta wait another milestone to hit. Alternatively, I could just release that Discord server like soon, like earlier, and then the first extra channel you get is as a result of hitting affiliate, right? Because what I could do is I could just like drop the Discord server like on stream today, and then just what's it called? $4 million entry fee. I mean, I what I could do is I mean, if I wanted it to be pay to win, I would just like set up a coffee or like a Patreon or whatever and be like, hey, if you support me at like the $5 and up tier, you get access to the Discord. And then I would, wait, oh my gosh, a Patreon exclusive Discord, but it's one channel. That would be so funny. It's like, you pay me money to get access to a terrible server with like no moderation and no like actual channels. No one can cause chaos. No, you're joking, but that's true. No one can cause chaos if no one can join. You're not wrong, is the thing. Although, so if the most active viewer never joins the Discord, that'd be kind of funny. But something I have thought of is, if I am to have a Discord server, 2B2T, I'm unfamiliar. Everyone point and laugh at the streamer. They don't understand the joke. Although I have had the thought, I think it would be really fun to have a Discord server where there's one channel that you can only have access to if you have a specific role. And what it is that like every week or maybe every month or whatever, like every time period, it randomly cycles who gets the role. And then everyone who doesn't have the role can see the channel but can't access it. They can't type in it. So it's the idea of like, you have the bourgeoisie that get their special channel that everyone else can watch but can't participate in, but no one stays the bourgeoisie because the role gets rotated. So it's the idea of like Atlark and Scoop are in that channel together, and then eventually the roles get rotated. So like it's Smidgen and Edweenie get in the channel, and then it rotates again. So now it's Atlark and Smidgen. So Smidgen stays the bourgeoisie, and Atlark is like, I remember the inside jokes we had in here weeks ago. And I think that might be very funny. 2B2T is a popular anarchy Minecraft server that's been memed and reviewed to death. Interesting. Okay, I have played Minecraft, but that was like 12 years ago? Probably. Yeah, like I for context, like a shield is a new invention to me, right? Okay. Don't make such claims about me. I know how to make a stick. You break a piece of wood and then you turn it into planks and you put 2 planks on top of each other. Not the violin music because you're forever alone. Okay, well, we have just hit 2 hours. So I'm actually going to take a couple minutes of a break just to step out for a moment. Going to stretch. Just probably also going to fill up my water bottle. Be back in a couple minutes. Outlark, you're aware that I am a chaos enjoyer, correct? Yes, I just filled up my water, got some pretzels because I love me some pretzels. Oh. Yes, I have not played Minecraft. I literally don't know how long. The end was a new thing when I was playing. Yes, B-emoji Retzels. Ooh, reading anything interesting? Or is it all like school paper or something? But no, I don't know how many of you watch sorry. Man, I should not have had pretzels immediately like in my throat. But they're so worth it. No, I don't know if y'all watch Dimension 20. Ooh, new character. I don't know if you watch Dimension 20 or know who Brendan Lee Mulligan is, but in a interview where he and other DMs were answering questions, someone asked him what his favorite snack was as a DM, and he goes on this whole rant about how he needs snacks. He needs like snacks while gaming. And he has this whole bit of it where he's like, if I could choose just have a second mouth to DM while I have a mouth on my back that someone's shoveling salami into, I would. But no, I am just a mortal man who has to speak from the same mouth that he has to eat. So to answer your question, almonds. And I very much feel all of that speech. It's just my answer is pretzels instead of almonds. Ooh. You got invited to a campaign because your best friend's game had an opening. You watched Crown of Kid. So that's awesome. New character for that. No, I hope that goes well for you because I know that joining a pre-existing group can always be kind of scary, but it doesn't have to be. Sometimes it's just fun. Listen, GW wanting to remove Slanesh is... I mean, I'd support it because I think that my thought is 40k and just the Warhammer properties overall should not be steady state worlds that are unchanging to quote unquote promote the balance. I think they should develop over time, add new characters, have characters die, and keep going with the story. Because then what it is instead of all battles take place in a single snapshot, maybe if, I don't know, if Magnus the Red, Demon Primarch of Zeech, dies, like permanently, that doesn't mean he's removed from the tabletop. It doesn't mean that he can't be sold as a mini. It doesn't mean that he can't still be a presence in the actual game mechanics. That's where you can just have a separation of gameplay and narrative. Because it could be, oh, well, if I want to play Magnus, then in lore, this battle is taking place in the 41st millennium, even if he dies in like the 43rd millennium, right? And then maybe you have like over the course of thousands of years, like the Imperium slowly fades away until like the Emperor finally dies and then becomes a fifth Chaos God, and then like all of Chaos goes into a civil war, and then like you overhaul the setting, but that's all just in the books. It's all just in the narrative, but the actual tabletop game just gets more characters from different time periods with different outlooks on life and different game mechanics, that would just help the game grow. And like, maybe the Tyranids eat everything. That doesn't mean that all the other factions stop playing. That just means in lore, the Tyranids become the dominant force in the universe. And then in game, maybe they have a detachment that represents them at the final stages of their assimilation of the universe. And then they have a different detachment like Vanguard Invaders, which is like the strike force in the very beginning. Yes, Wenin is so extra. It's not scary in this case for me, and we're all very excited. I'm going to be the one purely good line character in the party. Ooh. Well, I'm glad you're not worried about it, because I don't know about you. Like, I can yap to an audience of literally thousands. I have an audience of thousands. But, like, entering a new gaming group with people I don't know terrifies me. I've done it dozens of times, and yet scary. Like, oh my gosh, if I was to do like a, hey, maybe like in a charity drive, because I think it'd be really cool to like do a donation, like a donathon for charity at some point. Maybe one of the goals is that I run a one shot for some of my like followers or whatever. That would be so scary. Like, outside of the whole like, oh no, I'm worried about parasociality. I'm worried about like the relationship that like I have a power imbalance as both the DM and the content creator. But I'm just like, no people. You're normally very scared, but you know all of them very well. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Because when you know them, it's just not a dedicated group. That's less scary. You've been observing the game and helped write lore since 2022. Whoa, awesome. Slanesh is your favorite? Yeah, that checks out. Age of Sigmar made Slanesh be imprisoned, and his worshippers are now at war for who gets to replace her. Interesting. Yeah, and the weird thing about Age of Sigmar is like a different universe than 40k, but the Chaos God still exists, so it's really weird. Yes, imagine 40k without grief. Isn't it supposed to be grimdark or whatever? Yeah, so the thing about 40k is that it's the 41st millennium, so like 40,000 years in the future, or I guess 39,000 years in the future, because we're in the year 2000. But it's the idea that humanity has regressed technologically. So even though they have like laser guns and like super power armor and like fast and like they can travel between solar systems, culturally, scientifically, religiously, they're all completely backwards. And there's like devils running around, and there's like space elves, and then there's Cthulhu-esque like elder things that can eat planets whole. So all of it's terrible. So I think it'd be really funny to have like a really lighthearted and like optimistic look into that. That would be very fun. Checks out. What are you implying? I am asexual. That should not check out. Okay, Mr. Bigender. Okay, Mr. Show Me Them Grippers. I don't know. You're very Slanesh coded. I feel like most of the I don't know. I feel like a lot of ace people are Slanesh coded, and like they'd be down for like the drugs and rock and roll, but like sex, no thank you. You were playing a paladin of redemption. She's an Aasimar. Celeste is her name, and she's missing her right arm up to her elbow. Celeste fights with a more defensive stance. I think Paladin of Redemption is such a cool class, but it's so difficult to pull off. Because you have to be like, hey, I'm effectively playing a non-combat character in this combat-oriented game. Right? Like, you have a bunch of bonuses that go away if you attack someone. And then also, what do you do with your smite? Like, obviously the flavor text of the Oath of Redemption Paladin is like, you know, some creatures cannot be redeemed. Like, a devil cannot be redeemed. Because by its very nature, if a lawful evil devil becomes lawful good, it will literally like disappear from existence because it no longer is a devil. A devil that is not lawful evil is no longer a devil and does not exist. So yeah, you can attack some things, but like the entire subclass is built around non-violence in a game where 90% of class features across the board are all violence-based and combat-based. Her whole deal is that the DM requested I try to play a good aligned character of some sort. She is a young, naive person that begs to be sent out on a mission. Respect. Actually, my most recent character that I played, and this was like, oh my gosh, this was like a year and a half ago at this point. It's been so long. Was a lawful good light domain cleric who was a member of a cult. And she was a devil worshiper who was basically like the propaganda mill. She was like, oh, I'm going to go around, spread the good word. I'm going to give, like money to the poor. I'm going to create food and water. I'm going to purify food and drink. And I'm going to funnel them all into this cult that is literal devil worshippers. So it was super interesting where I'm playing this character who is doing good things and wants to do good things for the right reasons in circumstances that makes it ill-advised. Because if a cleric comes by and heals your life-threatening injury, gives you 10 gold, and says, I know a group of people who will take care of you. Go visit them at this location. And then you walk in, and it's a group of devil worshippers, and they're like, oh, hey, Dahlia sent you. Sure, you can join us, no problem. That's probably going to turn into another devil worshipper. And that's probably going to, like, once Dahlia, my character, did that enough times, there was probably going to be some blood sacrifices and, like a ritualistic summoning of a devil that goes on to, like, cause a lot of problems for a lot of people. And, like, probably people sold their soul as a result. But Dahlia doesn't know that. Dahlia isn't trying to do that. She's trying to do the right thing, but there's the moral compunction of she's a literal devil worshiper. She gets her power from, like, dis. Paladin of FU in particular, Revenge is fun too. Ooh, I'm not super familiar with Revenge Paladin. A lot of her conflict as a character is that she has doubts in herself and her religion, which I think will be interesting to roleplay. Yeah, and I think that when it comes to a character whose powers are based off of faith, struggling with their faith, I think a lot of the time the instinct as the DM is be like, oh, I'm going to take away your powers. But then it's like, okay, why am I role-playing this? I'm just a worse asset to the group. So I think what's more interesting is you're a redemption paladin, and maybe you're struggling with the idea of, do I really have it in me to redeem these awful people? And do I have it in me to save the soul of someone who did something so heinous? And then maybe one person you're like, I don't think they're worth it, and you divine smite them, and like, instead of taking away your power because of that, the DM leans into it and makes your smite super powered against them. So you deal, instead of like knocking them out and like knocking sense into them, you kill them instantly. And it's like, whoa. Am I using my powers for good? Like, I know I'm struggling to redeem these people, but is this the right thing to do? And then suddenly it's a lot more interesting than, oh, I'm struggling with my powers, and for a couple of sessions I'm going to be useless in a fight. Sorry, gang, can you carry this for me? Atlark, you can tell them, since I know how much you like talking about that in comment sections. Ace people are coded Slanesh. I was thinking a lot what Slanesh would offer to me, and it would be fun to narratively have an evil guy in a Warhammer BBG based on it. Yeah. If I had a cleric paladin struggling with faith, I would give them warlock features as a devil trying to tempt them away. I wouldn't necessarily give it to them, but I would offer it. I would say both. I mean, so out of game. This is just something. MSP time. So out of game, I have a very low barrier. So like this is the barrier to swapping classes, right? I have had a character who was class A. They wanted to try class B. I think they swapped to class C, and then they like went back to class B, and then like that's what they settled on. And this was over the course of like 8 sessions, right? I have a very low barrier to entry for that because at the end of the day, this is a game. Games are meant to be fun. Classes are meant to facilitate fun. I know a lot of you are like chill with that. And I know a lot of the lurkers and the VOD watchers and pretty much everyone who sees this gets it. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people are like, well, they chose their class. Now they have to stick with it. If they're not having fun with it, why did they choose it in the first place? Maybe they wanted to try it out and then it ended up not being what they wanted. So I just let them swap. Really, the only barrier this is if I think that they're exploiting it or if they want to like swap back and forth, right? Like if they're like, yeah, I want to be a rogue. And then they go through a dungeon. And then they're like going to another plane of existence and they're like, actually, can I be a warlock? And then like they're in the abyss, for instance, and they're like a fiend pack warlock. And then they're in the forest and they're like, actually, could I be a druid? Like, this is exploitation. This is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is someone's like, I want to be a wizard. Then they play 2 sessions as a wizard and they're like, I'm not enjoying this. I don't want to like prepare spells. I don't like that. That's dumb to me. Can I be like a sorcerer instead? And then they play sorcerer and then they're like, bro, I have like 6 spells. I was hoping for more. Like, would a bard work? And then they play a bard for like 2 sessions and they're like, actually, I didn't like how few spells I get as a sorcerer, but I liked the flexibility of meta magic. And I don't really care about like bardic inspiration and like playing a support. Can I go back to sorcerer? That's the sort of thing where that's the player finding what they want to play. And maybe they do that. They play like 8 sessions as a wizard and they just didn't mention it. And then they finally are like, bro, I don't like playing a wizard. I would be like, okay, well, how about you play sorcerer instead? And then they play that. And then maybe they're like, ugh, I mean, sorcerer's fine, I guess. Not really what I was wanting. I might suggest to them, do you want to try a bard? And then they try bard. And then after 1 session, they're like, nope, I don't like bard. Go back to sorcerer. And then I'm like, okay, go back to sorcerer. And then maybe they swap their subclass. So it's like B2 versus B1. Like, that's all stuff where that's for the fun of the player. I don't see any issue with that. Vengeance Paladin is specialized on pointing to an enemy and killing that guy extra hard. That sounds very fun. Paladins, I think, are one of the best design classes in the game. Just like full stop. I think that I've heard this before, and I can't remember what the third one was. I've heard that Paladins and Rogues and one third one were like the best design classes in 5e, and I agree. Like, I'm constantly wanting to play a Paladin, I'm constantly wanting to play a Rogue, but one of the longest running characters I've played is a Rogue, and I've played a Paladin before. At my table, swapping classes is fine, but I've had players that beg to swap mid-session for one ability, then swap back like 5 minutes later. Yeah, that's something where I would just like I don't do this, but in mid sessions, I allow this like strictly between sessions. And that's the sort of thing where if a player swaps to a class and then uses a very specific ability of that class and then wants to swap back, I will just point blank ask them, is this why you swapped classes? And if they tell me yes, I will say, okay, you're going back to your old class. I'm not letting you swap again. And then if they say no and they try and dance around it, I might unironically kick them out of my group. Because that's not just exploiting. That's lying to my face. And like, it's one thing to try and game the system, and then I call you out for it, and then you stop. Like, that's being a jerk, but then reforming your behavior to be fine, right? I've had friends who have done stupid stuff, and friends who have tried to game the system, or otherwise try to get advantage they shouldn't have, and then they stop. Lying? Be gone. This is not an adversarial relationship, and I am not a robot that you are trying to game. I am a fellow player, and more than that, I am the dungeon master trying to facilitate for everyone. If you have a stupid plan, I need to know so that I can prepare. Because as fun as it is for the players to be like, hey, I'm going to hide this from Arrow, and then I'm going to whip it out of nowhere, so then they're totally unprepared. That way it's guaranteed to work. That's not going to make it work. That's going to make me have to make an ad hoc solution for it rather than plan around it. And planning around it doesn't mean I'm going to try and stop it. Planning around it means I might set you up for success. It's very silly sometimes. Druids for you. I mean, yeah. You actually wanted to see how much you knew about what I write because I wrote about her so much that I bet you can remember a bit. I mean, I know that the Aasimar is I believe it's either like a cleric or a warlock of like an elder thing. And the whole goal is that you're like trying to bring out the end of the world, and you're a very evil character, but you run an orphanage. So you're very much principally evil, but with like a garnish of good. Like you're a bad person that does good things kind of deal. And you're trying to like end the world for a great old one. Yo, I'm a rogue goblin. Can I get advantage by jumping in their face? I mean, I've talked about this before. If a character says, hey, X ... can I Y? Where X is like, hey, I'm a tiefling. Can I like roll? Can I like get advantage? Can I get any sort of bonus attacking this fiend? And then what I might be is like, hey, what are you a tiefling of? Like, where do you hail from? And they're like, well, in my backstory, I'm like a tiefling from the 9 hells, and specifically from the Ring of Greed. And then maybe they're fighting a devil that's like a servant of Mammon, like under Greed. Is Mammon Greed or Sloth? I think Mammon is Greed. And like maybe they're fighting a devil who like comes from the Ring of Greed, or maybe they're just fighting a devil, and I decide in that moment, hey, this is cool. I'm gonna make it that they're from the Ring of Greed, and then I'll be like, yeah, like maybe you roll, and then you probably don't get advantage, but maybe you just get like a +1, +2. Maybe they say, hey, I have a backstory in like mixed martial arts and also acrobatics. I'm falling off this cliff. Like, I'm rolling acrobatics. Like, can I get any sort of bonus? I might say, sure, you get a +1, you get a +2. Generally, or even more simply, like they're trying to a real example that I've actually had is like one character like was playing a character that had wings, and they're like, hey, can I hide this other character with my wings. Like, they're on the ground. Can I, like, drape my wings over them? So I said, sure. They get +1 AC. This is the sort of stuff that players go wild over. Like, you would not know how crazy and rabid players go over when you give them a random +1. And this is, like, kind of the different game designs of, like, 5e wasn't designed with this in mind. You should just be playing Pathfinder instead, or, like, you should be playing 3.5. But it's also, like, if a character tries something, or if a player tries something, and they legitimately thought it through, who am I to say no unless it has 0 chance of working, right? If it makes sense, but it has no mechanical backing, why can't I give them a minor bonus? Alec, I was here when you described them last time. They're very cool. Nice. Lawful Evil Asmar, who is a biblical angel based on one, and their patron is Great Old One, wants to end the multiverse, making her an anti-villain. You make your boundaries very clear when you make campaigns. Sadly, people still abuse my fear of saying no on occasion and still take advantage of my table. And that's the thing, is that there's a certain thing of rule of cool/funny is not the same as exploitation. Because in that situation of, like, the, hey, DM, I'm playing a wizard, but I'm not really enjoying it. Can I be a sorcerer instead? That might be because they don't feel cool as a wizard. They feel like it's all bookkeeping. It's all keeping track of spells. It's every time I want to cast a spell, I didn't prepare it because I don't know. I'm not wizard coded. I'm not wizard brained. I'm not trying to have 20 spells that I can only cast 10 of them. They might prefer sorcerer, so that's that. Or maybe they're like, hey, I'm a wizard. Can I be a sorcerer instead? Blink, blink. Because they're fighting a recurring villain who has silence. So they want to pick up subtle spell so that they can cast their spells even in the silence. And that's exploitation versus rule of cool. That is, hey, why do you want to make this change? Hey, why do you want this bonus that you're asking for? Hey, why are you asking this question? And a lot of the time, you can tell. Because they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm not really feeling wizard. Like, I don't think wizard's very fun. Blink, blink. That's probably exploitation. They're just giving you a random answer. But if they're like, I don't like not getting class abilities. Like, I'm a wizard, but all I get are spells. I don't get any cool, like, abilities. Like, all I get is, like, my second level necromancy thing, and, like, we're only level 4, so I'm not going to get another necromancy thing until 6th level, and I'm just like, I feel like my character is the exact same I was last level, but I have, like, 2 extra spell slots. That's a very specific complaint about wizards that being a sorcerer would solve. Because suddenly you have meta magic. Suddenly you have your draconic or your subclasses. You have these things that solve the issue that they are coming to you with. But just a kind of like, hey, I'm not really feeling wizard. Could I be a sorcerer? Blink, blink. Right after you picked up an amulet that only sorcerers can attune to. Like, you can usually sniff it out pretty easy. She's double casting as Divine Soul Sorcerer. She's nice but not good and also scary. Yeah, Mammon is Greed. Thank you. Can I fall with style? No, and that's the sort of thing where, like, funny enough, as silly, goofy as I am, I think that I've kind of built up my brand thus far as being, like, sarcastic, goofy, genuine slash authentic question mark slash silly I guess I don't know how to say, like, gives advice. Guiding? Coaching? So like, I feel like these are all, at least some of these can describe me and my brand. As a DM, I actually tend to run very serious games. I tend to not, unless it's like a specific arc or character that's like, oh, I'm Boblin the Goblin. Hey, what's going on? Like, one time I ran a one-shot that, because it was a one-shot, I wasn't taking it too seriously. I had Bick, who was a goblin, like, cleric, because it was only 2 people, so I gave them, like, a low-level cleric that could heal them. Like, I'll add funny, I'll add silly and all of that, but, like, I tend to play the game straight all the time. I tend to have serious plots. I tend to run threatening encounters. And that's the sort of thing where if someone asks me, hey, can I fall with style? A lot of the time, my players are what add the silly, goofy, and I don't go out of my way to make an absurdist game because I know my players will ask to be absurdist. And a lot of the time, I'll say yes. A lot of the time, yes, you can fall with style. Yes, you can cast invisibility on the horse so that the guy can't find his horse and, like, you can point and laugh at him. Yes, you can use Mage Hand to try and pickpocket the noble who just spat on your shoes, even though he has a ring of detect magic that will ping it. Like, I tend to be permissive with that kind of stuff because I recognize that as much as I want to tell a serious story, that's kind of what writing is for. That's what creative writing is for. That's what novels and video games and all of my personal projects are for. It's an improv storytelling and collaborative game, so I don't want to ruin the fun of other players. So if someone says, like, hey, can I follow style? I would be like, by all means, roll it. But if someone says, hey, can I, like, seduce the orc mid-combat, I would just say no, right? I wouldn't even say, like, yeah, if you roll a nat 20, that's just something where I'm like, no, that's jumping the shark too much, right? I like to keep the general bounds in case. She has a orphanage, buys everyone's souls, put them in her arcane focus to take them from a pocket dimension so they survive the end of the multiverse. Shouldn't the bonus be hidden, like lowering the DC? I do that sometimes, where it's like, and usually that's what I'll do, really, is if someone's like, hey, I'm a tiefling, the whole, like, Ring of Greed example from before, if they want to make a history check about this devil who's also from the Ring of Greed, they might have a DC 10 check, where someone else might have, like, a DC 14 check, right? But it's when it's, hey, can I protect this person? Hey, can I help this other person climb? Like, I might give advantage, or I might just give a +1 or +2, right? It's really dependent on circumstance. Also, she has mind control, max charisma, and the DM just assumes everyone's naturally intimidated for nice. I mean, yeah, you could take the, well, is there a metamagic feat? I can't remember. I remember that there is, like, a metamagic feat, but isn't it like you get 1 use of it and, like, 2 metamagics, like, per long rest? I've always found stuff like that is usually never useful. Magic Initiate is by far my favorite feat, though, because it lets me play characters. Like, I can play a fighter who has Magic Initiate, and they take, like, a Searing Smite as their leveled spell,
they're a fighter, and then they have like Cure Wounds as their leveled spell. They have like Guidance and Light. And they can just lie and say that they're a cleric to people. And then it's like, oh, I can create miracles with light. I can guide you from my deity. Look, I can mend your wounds. And if someone asks, like, oh, can you, like, we have a bunch of injured people, like, can you heal all of us? And I would say, I'm sorry, like, my power is not limitless. Unfortunately, I've spent all of my divine power. However, blah 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 blah. So I can play a fighter who pretends to be a cleric and actually get away with it. And like I could just be a champion fighter. I don't need subclasses. I don't need anything special. And obviously, this is not the most effective uses of it. If I really wanted, I could swap Cure Wounds out for Healing Word, and then I could swap out Light for Sacred Flame, and probably Guidance for like Thaumaturgy. So I have a bunch of like minor, basically like minor effects, because I'm very permissive with like Thaumaturgy, Prestidigitation, Druidcraft, all of that. So you can do like minor magical effects. You also have a damaging cantrip you can use. And then you have an emergency panic button of a ranged heal in case anyone goes down. Because you can use like Healing Word as a bonus. But like, this just opens up so many options. I ain't gonna lie. Also, having to rely on feats for interesting stuff because the class doesn't have it doesn't feel good. Yeah, that means that the class is not doing its job. You're not surprised in the slightest that I want to kill the Grippers meme. Listen, I ain't out here saying I'm gonna kill it. I'm just saying Atlurk is the only one promoting the Grippers meme, and I think that's demonstrating a certain something in his psychology. The next unfunny joke was the entire comedy show I left to watch the stream. Listen, an unfunny comedy show is probably better than my stream, because at least then you can laugh at the people who are making jokes. With me, it's just kind of sad. Like, I'm just some random internet person who has a pretty scuffed model on a pretty scuffed stream. Not sure why you'd be here. Ericus, can I use Mage Hand behind the door to grab it from the other side to blindly grab it from the lock? I would actually totally allow that. I would just force checks. Actually, I would have to check Mage Hand. I think you might have to see where it is. But no, that's the sort of thing where, like, if you cast Mage Hand and, like, there's a little barred window. You know, like how sometimes, like, in drawings, a door will have, like, little bars for a window so you can see through it. Slip your Mage Hand through, lower it down blindly, make a check to see if you can grab the handle and unlock it. I would totally allow that. Can I seduce the DM, flirt? You failed your Riz check, and now you have to drop and give me 20. Anytime someone tries to flirt with me, I tell them to do push-ups. But can I confess mid-combat to make the fight have more romantic undertones? Listen. If you are confessing, why did I add an E there? If you're confessing and it's like built on actual character interactions, 1000%, because imagine you fight the BBEG and then turn 1 initiative 1 before any shots are fired. There's a proclamation of love and then it becomes a negotiation. Or you're fighting like a bunch of enemies, but then there's one enemy who you like, it's a backstory, and then you proclaim love to them, and then they spend their turn doing nothing because they're distracted, and then you have a dialogue with them, and then suddenly these 3 guys are still charging, but then you have this negotiation in combat. That's the sort of stuff I love. It's the sort of stuff where it's just like I on my turn walk up to the orc and I say, you know, I used to think that victory on a hard-fought battle was the most satisfying thing that there was, but and that the beauty of a sunset after living a life well lived was the most beautiful thing, but standing here, I can only describe the most satisfying thing as being in your bear's presence, and the most beautiful thing is that chiseled jawline of yours. And like, if you just randomly trying to rizz up an orc, like, the players would love that, they would eat that up, but unless that's the sort of vibe we're going for in the game, I would just say, like, cool, now what are you doing on your turn? Like, the orc wants to kill you. Like, maybe you have an enemies to lovers arc, but I mean, that's just like, that's too silly for me a lot of the time. Don't seduce the DM if the DM is arrow-based. I mean, you could, well, you can't seduce the DM in that case. You can try. Hey, I have a bucket of chicken. That might work. That's called bribery, not seduction. You seduce me with chicken even though I'm arrow-based? Well, at least I know who isn't the spy. Thaumaturgy is the best cantrip in D&D, but it sucks in Baldur's Gate. Yeah, Thaumaturgy and Prestidigitation, which I just call Magecraft and Divine Wonder, because I saw some homebrew rework of all of the cantrips. They called it that, and I was just like, yeah, like, that's so much easier to say. Basically, if it doesn't have a mechanical impact, I'm gonna allow you to do it. If you cast Thaumaturgy and you're like, hey, can I, like, clean this, like, dirty rag with it, I'd be like, sure. You cast Thaumaturgy, and through divine powers, the dirty rag becomes clean. Like, I don't mind that much. Even though technically, actually, Prestidigitation is the only of those spells that actually mentions unsoiling clothing, so you're not playing by raw. And I'm like, shut up. When you said Searing Smite, that reminded me of a conversation I had with my friend about the new Paladin Smite, and that turning it into a spell means that silence works in the new Divine Smite. Interesting. I have not been following the new D&D news, which is so funny because I'm at my core, I'm a D&D channel. I mostly make D&D content, even though I frame myself as a TTRPG channel. I have not kept up with D&D news in a long while. Not the Feet Wizard. But that also means, because the Divine Smite is a spell, that means you can't do the Divine Fury build or Righteous Fury build that I came up with, which is a Paladin Barbarian, and I've actually played that. It is a beast in combat, because if you go 2 levels Paladin, 1 level Barbarian, that by itself is crazy damage, because you can Divine Smite twice per long rest, and you can rage, and you get any, like, lay on hands or whatever for out of combat restoration. And then really what you do is you get a couple more Paladin levels, and then a couple more Barbarian levels, until eventually you're at, like, 5 levels Paladin, 3 levels Barbarian. Suddenly you have extra attack, you have 2nd level spell slots, 4 1st level spell slots, and reckless attack, and a subclass, probably, like, I would go, like, Zealot Barbarian, so you get basically, like, a free smite the first attack of each turn, in addition to the whole, like, thematic bit of it being similar. But you could also do, like, a Storm Herald, so you get even more damage. Like, it just works so well, but then you can't do that if you're raging. That's a funny way to say VTuber with an epic model and cool stream. I'm not AE, so I'm not going to threaten to bite you, although I do question your taste in VTubers and streams. I mean, seriously. This is not high quality. I apologize. Erica's, the comedy show was the presidential debate. Oh, yeah! I think what I need is I need to add a toggle, which is just a rock on my head, because I live under a rock. Like, my mother was telling me, like, hey, do you want to watch the presidential debates on Wednesday? Like, are you going to watch it? Do you, like, I'm going to watch it. And then I was like, no, I'm not going to. Apparently they had to, like, remove the live studio audience because of what happened the last cycle. No. Like, I already have a pretty good idea of what their policies are going to be. I have a pretty good idea of who thinks that I'm a abhorrent abomination and who at least puts lip service to pretending that I'm not, even though he doesn't put any actual policy making into supporting myself or my community. But at least he isn't the other guy. So, you know. Atlark promotes the grippers and it demonstrates his psychology. Says the gal who made a whole disclaimer about not being a psychologist. Well, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, right. Ericus, you know, in my native language in D&D, you do not need to see where you cast. You just have to select where you cast and be able to do it in character. This changes a lot, but is a translation difference. Yeah. I mean, and at the end of the day, what I would do is if someone wants to like cast Mage Hand through a door to open it, I would say, okay, make a check, right? And it's the idea of, can you not only position your Mage Hand to grab it correctly and then open it, but can you also like finesse your way through it? And if you fail, I would just say, okay, it seems beyond you at this present moment. Like you're just not like you're out of the vibe right now. You can't do it right now. So then that kind of shuts down them just constantly retrying. I zoned out and got snapped back to reality by Riz. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Not back to the rap conversation, because like I've still been in my rap mood, and this has been exasperated by the fact that I've been getting back into breaking and b-girling. So like, I don't know. Once I fix my mic, or like once I get someone to fix my mic, check that out. A rap karaoke stream may be in the future. I think that would be very fun. Even if I'm not very good at it, I think that might add to the experience. Nope, it requires a bonus action upon hit. It has verbal components, and it's only one attack due to being a leveled spell. Interesting. God, those two cracked me up so much they were trying to hold back their laughter for a moment. Oh no. I'm gonna stick to talking about D&D still. I don't dislike it's a bonus action. One note I don't like? I don't like all of the people who are like, at least with the current smite, is if you want to make a ranged smite attack, I'll allow it, but you have to declare the smite before you attack. You don't have to do that with melee attacks. You shouldn't have to do that with ranged attacks. Like, whenever I swing my sword at you, I don't declare I'm going to smite before I hit. I smite you, I hit you, and then I hit you with a smite. Right? So it should be, if I fire my arrow at you, it should be once I hit you with my arrow, I smite you. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad change to alter smite, because a second level dip into paladin allows you to just become a monster in melee, particularly if you have any other source of spell slots, right? So I'm not going to say it's a bad change, but it is a noticeable and like not quite crippling, but like very upfront nerf to paladins, let's say. My curses towards the enemy is my smite declaration. Yeah, we need less like, oh man, you have such good insults, you should be a bard with vicious mockery. And we need more, you have such good insults that you're a cleric using Voice of Radiance, or you have such good insults that you're a paladin that smites people by backhanding them. That would be so silly. Oh. Munching on some pretzels. Oh. You really want to be a ranged paladin because you're fantasy of a Phoenix Knight with the fireball. Okay. Yeah, and I think a little bit of the ranged paladin fantasy is the arcane archer for the fighter. Although I might say that there should be like a divine archer subclass for the paladin, where like you can cast your spells with ranged attack, or you can cast your smites with ranged attacks. You get ranged support as a paladin. I don't know. It might work out. Mage hand vibe check for casting the Polish version of D&D. Roll for Polish D&D rules. The worst would be if you're like yourself, who's multilingual, and then you're like, anytime the rules go against what you think it should happen, it's like, well, actually, in the English version of the rules, it says this, so we should do it this way. And then a different time, you're like, in the Polish versions, it says this, so Yanasha just curses at you in your mind using every language you know at the same time, and nobody else hears it, just you. Yeah, and I think that's the kind of thing that like dissonant whispers or mind sliver can all be really creatively used as. I think that vicious mockery gets too much credit, really. Sorry, I'm eating a cookie. Yeah, honestly, I think most people choose vicious mockery mostly for the meme, but then secondarily to that, it's because it's the most ranged cantrip that bards get. So, I don't know. I feel like vicious mockery sits on this pedestal of everyone's like, whoa, it's so funny, it's so hilarious. But just like flavor any other cantrip as that. Like like Firebolt, I'm roasting you. I insult you, you take fire damage because my roast is so hot, right? Like, or like, I'm so cold-blooded that I can Ray of Frost you with my words, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff that's so much fun. And a lot of people turn to homebrew before they turn to just reflavoring. Like, oh, you want to be a ranged paladin? Just reflavor the Arcane Archer Fighter. And like, maybe you work with your DM to get like some radiant damage in there. But I think that that's the sort of thing where a lot of people just need to learn, like, hey, this is a game of make-believe. You can change what you're making believe. Warlock of the Great Old One, speaking your mind, it's free action. It's OP and people understand what it underestimate what it does. It's red as written and red as intended to do it this way. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that in a comment, and that is the sort of thing where I would start out allowing you to do it, but if a player tried pulling that like every turn or every combat, I would just start saying, no, that's not gonna work. Like, you can still like bother them, you might mess with them, but you're using this as a crutch far more than it was meant to be intended. So I'm going to limit how much you can use it. I'm not going to say that it doesn't work all the time, but if you try to use it every fight, I'm going to limit it. Ray of Frost is just the cold shoulder. Makes their blood run cold with just how raw your insults are. I'm sorry, folks. As I mentioned earlier, cookie. I'm a creature of habit. I'm a creature of my rituals. And one of my rituals is every night I do a quick power walk. Just like 2 miles, just like 3 kilometers. But I recently have been cutting that down so I can break beforehand. And then after that, I will shower. And then after that, I will generally grab a snack of like some pretzels and a cookie. So this is my routine. My routine is more important than my viewers, apparently, because I'm drying up your well of content by munching on a cookie. Yeah, I think people sleep on non-damage ways to cause concentration. Like the way they present it in the book, concentration is intended to be more of an environmental thing. It's like if you're casting a spell while you're on a rocking boat, you're gonna need to make a concentration check. Or if you're concentrating on a spell while you're in an avalanche, you need a concentration check. Damage was almost like an afterthought, the way it's worded from what I remember. I have zero clue what his patron is, but I'm fairly certain he wants to reflavor Eldritch Blast as a Glock. Yeah, and I remember I was in a game once where there was a character who did exactly that. They were like a 1920s noir detective who like was a warlock, and they flavored their Eldritch Blast as a gun. So they were constantly like dropping one-liners, and they were like, "The only thing more rotten than this city is me." Like, and then I fire 2 shots at him with my revolver, and I cast Eldritch Blast. So that can always be fun. It always works, but only use it once per fight unless it makes sense to say something to someone. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's also something where I think it'd be really funny, where if it's a really dumb character, I wouldn't have it affect them much. But if they're like an intellectual, if they're very cerebral, if they're very in their own head and they're constantly like thinking, that would interrupt their thought process. Oh my gosh, it's been 3 hours. I'm actually not sure what qualifies as like a long stream, because like I tend to just go for like 4 hours most of the time, but sometimes I've gone for like 6+ hours, and I think that qualifies as like a marathon stream. So I do find it kind of funny that right off the bat I started kind of like dipping my toes and being like a marathon streamer. Yeah, and mutual respect with the DM is really important, right? Because it doesn't matter what you think is cool, and it doesn't matter what the DM thinks is cool if you don't agree on what's cool, or if you can't compromise on what's cool. So to be able to go like, hey, I want to do this thing, how can I make it work? The DM has to be willing to say, I don't think that's a cool thing, but you can do XYZ, right? Wow! For the longest time. Oh my gosh. For the longest time. Waluigi time. Or was it like an orc going, ooh! Oh my gosh, my throat. Ooh! Ah, my throat. My voice caught for a moment, and then I tried to do like the gravelly wah, but because I hadn't been practicing up until this point, it was a struggle. I try my best, folks. I apologize. Oh my goodness. So, what we can do now is that we can continue this line of thought. Someone can ask a new question, either about D&D or otherwise. Or we can shift over to the parking lot questions. And I can swap over to like a game, because I've not been gaming and streaming. I did like a little bit of Hades, and like I did 100 Eastern Cats at one point, but I'm just like not super. My hi. Yeah, I'm just not super confident in my gaming or my audience's interest in gaming. So I've kind of been sticking to yapping, and it seems to have worked so far. But I know there's a couple games that like I've specifically held off on playing because I'm like, I want to play it on stream, but and I won't get to the point where I feel confident unless I try it. I actually did release videos of me playing through an indie game, Sheepy A Short Adventure, like months ago at this point on YouTube. And that kind of goes into the how do I do content, like how do I talk to myself if I have no viewers? Like that was a recording. I had to talk to myself as if I was streaming. So that was kind of like my first foray into that, first practice. So if you want to see that purely from an educational perspective, you can go cringe at me on my channel. I had way too much fun playing a goblin. Honestly, pretty happy when the DM had a goblin encounter, but kind of annoyed that my monk was given a chance to diplomatize. What, you wanted to kill your fellow goblins? So personally, I have never played Pathfinder. I've played either 3 or 3.5. I had like the black box when I was younger. Like the black box starter set where it had like the fighter, the halfling the human fighter, the halfling rogue, the dwarf cleric, and the high elf wizard. And it had like the final encounter was like a black dragon. Wasn't given the chance to diplomatize. Okay, that makes sense. So I was like, interesting. You want to like murder your fellow goblins? So I've played either 3 or 3.5. I think it was 3.5. I can't remember though. I have not played Pathfinder. I haven't had much of an interest in playing Pathfinder because if I want to play medieval fantasy, I'll probably just play D&D. And if I want a crunchier, more numbers-oriented version of D&D, I'll just play 3.5. I've heard really good things about Pathfinder, specifically about Pathfinder 2e. Apparently that's fantastic. So I'm not knocking it or anything. I'm just saying personally, I haven't had the desire. I'm more in the mood to play like completely other TTRPGs like Call of Cthulhu, The World of Darkness Suite, City of Mist, Paranoia, those kind of games. You need a good Pathfinder GM, as I have a very grimdark cursed horror character idea with a code that he must follow forever. Thaumaturge's class and abomination ancestry of Fleshwarp. That's a lot of words I don't understand. Although I do know that I think it's in like 4th edition D&D, maybe it's 3rd edition. You can play a vampire race, vampire class inflicted with vampirism, so you can play a vampire. That's the kind of silly nonsense that I find very funny. Have I ever heard of Mutants and Masterminds? I have. I've only actually heard of it like once, where for April Fool's this year, I released a short called TTRPG Smash or Pass, where I just did Smash or Pass on a bunch of different TTRPGs, and then in the comments it was filled with people giving other suggestions, and one of them was Mutants and Masterminds. So I looked it up to like figure out what it was, and it's just like a Heroes game, right? It's like you play superheroes, you like have superpowers, and I don't know what sets it apart from other systems. But I remember looking it over and being like, yeah, that sounds like it'd be fun. I'm trying to get back in Warhammer, but Ironsworn is too good for a simple fantasy RPG. Ooh. Oh no, I hate vampires. I have an IRL vampire hunting kit and a book for vampire slayers. Well, I mean, it depends on the vampire, but I don't think you stand much of a chance by yourself. Yeah, my hot take, and this is less of a hot take, and this is more of just an idea I've had, and I think I've said it on stream before. But basically, I have the idea that the World of Darkness, and specifically Vampire the Masquerade, would make a great reflavored setting for either superheroes or like robots. Let me explain. Win or die in the name of God. So Vampire the Masquerade, you're all vampires, and you get special vampire powers, which are powered by the blood. And basically the way that works is that there's different disciplines. So you have like potence is physical strength, manipulation or dominance is mind control, obfuscation is like sneaking and invisibility, and most of your abilities require a rouse check. And this means you roll a die, and if you fail, you increase your blood by 1. And basically blood is on a scale of 0 to 5. And it's like how much blood you have in your, like how hungry are you really? It's called the hunger die. And like if you kill and drink someone, like if you drink someone and kill them, you're at 0 because you just fed. And then if you're at 5, that means that like you're about to go crazy with hunger because you're doing the vampire equivalent of starving. So every time you use a power, you may have to make a rouse check, which is the chance, not the guarantee. It's like a 50-50 chance of getting hungrier. So if you roll hot, you won't get hungry. And if you roll poorly, you will get hungry. And then you also have to make a rouse check every morning. Every time you wake up. And since you're a vampire, you only are awake at night. So every night. And then certain powers, like Potence, has a power called Soaring Leap, which is basically just like, for however many points you have in Potence, you can jump that much farther, like you have superhuman leaping. This does not cost a rouse check. However, something like Prowess, which is a level 2 potence ability, requires 1 rouse check. And this basically just lets you add however many dots in prowess you have to any strength check you make. So it's the idea of, if I'm a vampire with, let's say, 1 hunger, and I use Soaring Leap to jump up onto this building, I do that for free. And then up here is a little burglar, and I want to fight him, so I activate prowess. I have a 50-50 chance of getting hungrier. So I might stay at 1 hunger, or I might raise to 2. And then there are other powers, like Dominance has a power called Cloud Memory, which is you can just erase someone's memory of like the last 10 minutes. Again, no rouse check because it's a low-level power. It's a level 1 power. But they also have Mesmerize, which is a level 2 power, which again requires a rouse check. So generally, the more powerful it is, the more rouse checks it causes. Eventually, you hit like one of the presence powers is like Magnitude or something, and that requires 2 rouse checks. So the idea is, the more powerful you get, the more rouse checks you can make, and the farther you can push your luck. So with this power system, you can leap, you can have strength, you can have resilience, you can go invisible, You can do mind control. And you can emotional control, I'll say. You can like control emotions. All of these are superpowers. Take the World of Darkness, or the World of Darkness Vampire the Masquerade system, reflavor blood to be like, I don't know, like nano machines. Or maybe if you're going like mana because it's magic. Or maybe it's radiation because you're all like mutants. Suddenly this becomes cyborgs. This becomes wizards. This becomes superheroes. Literally with the exact same mechanics, it's just, oh no, instead of becoming invisible because I activate the blood within myself to make mortals who are weaker than vampires kind of just look past me, I'm physically turning invisible because I was like bitten by a radioactive monarch butterfly, like, you know? Yeah, the book has a lot of stories. The player's handbook is pretty good about just like being straight up about all of the rules. All of the other supplements are like 90% flavor and like 10% rules. You're struggling from your country not being imperialist. Vampire need blood. Drink mine. Hides being a werewolf as our blood kills vampires. I find the Mutants and Mastermind would be better because the power system feels more right for superhero than Vampire the Masquerade. No, and I would be a little bit surprised if Vampire the Masquerade system was better than a dedicated superhero system at being superhero, right? I'm just saying, if you have a group that already knows how to play Vampire the Masquerade, or maybe they want to learn to play Vampire the Masquerade, but they also want to learn how to play like superheroes or cyborgs or wizards or whatever, try Vampire the Masquerade and then just reflavor it. Like, oh no, what are your touchstones? Well, your touchstones are the people who your secret identity that you don't want to reveal to the world connect to. What is your blood? Your blood is radiation, and then if you spend too much of it, you have to go recharge at whatever site gave you your special powers. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's only like 1 or 2 steps removed, which I think is super interesting because in my mind, vampires are nowhere near superheroes, unless, of course, we're talking about the multi-more billion-dollar product called Morbius. Want to play a very fun superheroes RPG? Played Mutant Year Zero. Interesting. What exactly would that be? I'm assuming it's... it's in the superheroes in the apocalypse. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, sorry, I just had to go on my World of Darkness rant. Well, no, technically Morbius is not a vampire. He feeds off of plasma because in the 90s show, they didn't want to mention blood, so it was all plasma. And like, he's a vampire, bro. They just can't call him a vampire because censorship is weird. It's so silly. Which is funny because Dracula is one of those Creative Commons no copyright properties. So like there's the whole movie where like it's Batman v Dracula, but then also Dracula can feature in like a Marvel comic. And it's like, oh my gosh, the MCU and the DCU are connected. Yeah, it's funny because I actually... Oh, really? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I thought, I unironically thought it was like, he was just a vampire. He was just straight up a vampire. And then, because of stuff in the 90s, they had to like skirt around that line. Interesting. Oh, got you. Interesting. I also do love the idea of here are two very identical things. One comes from science, one comes from magic, and you have to deal with the consequences of them there being both of them. That's why in my world, this is actually not in any RPG I've run yet, but I want to write a story about this where it is because in my world I've taken inspiration across time periods, right? So like I run D&D in a medieval setting. However, I also tell other stories in other settings of the world. It's not stuck in the medieval ages for the entire time. So in a sci-fi setting, this is the same world that used to have magic everywhere. So scientists took inspiration from stories and actually like spells that created zombies back in like the medieval era to scientifically engineer zombies, and then accidentally started a zombie apocalypse by trying to use them in chemical warfare. So I love the idea of like, oh, well, here's the fusion of magic and science. And yeah, there's the whole idea of any science sufficiently advanced enough is indistinguishable from magic, and any magic sufficiently understood enough is indistinguishable from science. But I think it is very useful to play in that middle area of like, no, we have both. They are two different things, but they can convergently evolve into the same conclusion. The funny thing is Morbius was to be the first vampire, but his issue was running as Marvel bought Blade, so he got a bit lost there. Interesting. Yeah, I'm actually not super familiar with Blade. My main exposure to Blade is like, I don't know if anyone here has played Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I played the first one on the Wii. And like that's my main exposure to a lot of this. And then actually my friend had Ultimate Alliance 2, which followed the Silver War arc on his PlayStation. So I played Ultimate Alliance 1, and then I played intermittently Ultimate Alliance 2 at his place. And then apparently there's a third one that I like was not very good. Atlark, is Trench Crusade, is that the war game where it's like World War I, but like the like devils are everywhere and like the like demons have sprouted out? So both Morbius and Blade's vampires had already an established origin. Yeah. And that tends to happen, especially when you're constantly buying in new properties. And then especially if you're like, oh, here's our vampire character that we've been making. Oh, we just bought the property to a more well-established vampire character. Well, I guess our vampire character is going to take a back seat. But it's also kind of like how there are like 10 different magic systems in Marvel. And like, I think it's valid to be like, no, all of them exist simultaneously from different sources, right? Blade is the standard trenchcoat, edgy guy, half vampire, hates vampires. Yeah. No, I know who he is, but like, I don't know too much about him. I know he's like half vampire. I think it's like his mom was like a vampire hunter and his dad was a vampire. But like, I actually a lot of the lore I know of Marvel comes from Marvel Ultimate Alliance, which is a game that assumes you know a lot about Marvel already. So I kind of accidentally picked up a lot of this information. Like, I learned who Crimson Dynamo was. Like, and I learned about who the Winter Soldier was from this. Because this is all pre-MCU. And the fun thing about that game is that you could choose who your characters were. Across, like there's probably over 40 characters you could choose from, and you would have a team of 4 at any given time. And then a lot of the time, if you had a character who had a relationship with one of the villains you were running into, there would be special dialogue for it. So it's like, if you run into Crimson Dynamo, Captain America will have special dialogue. And if you run into Mysterio, Spider-Man will have special dialogue. Yeah. And this was like right after Ultimates, like Marvel Ultimate. Either because Ultimate was like early 2000s, right? And Ultimate Alliance came out in like the mid 2000s on the Wii. So I think it was definitely something where it was heavily inspired by Marvel Ultimate. But I don't remember there being like Miles Morales. I know Fury was like old Fury in that game. But I know there was like at least alternate costumes. Hi, Azul. Dragon Age Origins was great about lore. It assumes your character knows things connected to them, but still told you the lore by gossip. Loved it. I played Dragon Age Origins 6-ish years ago, 8-ish years ago. I remember really enjoying it. I bought Dragon Age 2 not immediately after, like a couple years after. I still have not played Dragon Age 2. I played Dragon Age Inquisition, like back when it first came out. And then I played Dragon Age Origins, and then I wanted to play Dragon Age 2, and I just never played it. But I learned about the BioWare's like Dragon Age timeline that you can set up. So basically, if you sign in to an account on like with your BioWare account, you can decide what choices you made in Dragon Age Origins, and then that will impact what happens in Dragon Age 2. And then you can upload what choices you made in Dragon Age 2, and then that will impact what happens in Dragon Age 3. And it will actually tell you like a narrated little like presentation of everything that happened. A lot of it is just like, hey, in Dragon Age Origins, Sten had a side quest to retrieve his sword. Did you do it? Did he retrieve his sword? Yes, no. And like, I didn't do it, so I chose no. Did Zevran, like, did he stick with you or did he betray you and then you had to kill him? Like, I was like, I had to betray him. I think the weirdest thing is with Zevran, he was at like, I think the thing is like you have to have like a cutoff. It was like affection 70 and I had him like at affection 68. And if he's under affection 70, he betrays you, but otherwise he sticks with you. So I barely didn't do it. Oh, there's a lot of impact between the games. Interesting. I didn't know that. Dragon Age 2 is awesome. Origins is the best, but Inquisition is irritating, really irritating. I mean, Dragon Age Inquisition was my first introduction to it. I feel like Dragon Age Origins was more impactful than Dragon Age Inquisition. Like, in terms of the choices you made and how it impacted the game. I feel like the decisions you made impacted it more, but it also was like, it was an early 2000s BioWare game. It was like Mass Effect. It was good, but it was very clunky. Don't trust games. Sandman is legit one of the strongest guys around. Because I'm trying to think, because like, obviously, I know who Sandman is, but I'm trying to separate, like, oh, how was he in like a video game? Because I don't actually think he showed up in Ultimate Alliance. I'm thinking of like the Raimi trilogy when he was like in Spider-Man 3. I'm thinking of Spectacular Spider-Man when he was part of the Sinister Six. Yeah. All of the Dragon Age games have different convergent points. Yeah. And actually, I was really disappointed in Inquisition when I couldn't romance Liliana because I was like, no, you're awesome. I want to romance you. And then in Origins, I ended up romancing Liliana. But I feel as though just kind of like how how I've matured, how my tastes have developed, like I would probably go after Morrigan or Morgana if I was to replay the game. I don't think I would want to replay the game. I think that would take too much time, and as fun as it would be to play Dragon Age Origins 1 and then 2 and then Inquisition, maybe for streaming, because then it would be all of it would be the same through line. I don't know if that would interest me. I would have to consider it because I have so many other games I want to play. Even outside of streaming, just like other things I want to do. Yeah, honestly, I don't remember Liliana that much. I just remember she was. I played a fighter and she was like a bard, like rogue kind of character. I honestly don't remember why I romanced her. Fun fact, like, because I think it was that Morgana or Morgan, I can't remember her name. The witch. I liked both of them. But then I was kind of like, I don't know. I think I just kind of like, I would not be surprised if I stumbled into it, or maybe if I chose her because she was like a bard and she was like nicer and she was sweeter. I think more recently I would have chosen Morrigan, but Morrigan also showed up in Dragon Age Inquisition and was really cool, because I get that like they had Dragon Age Origins characters and Dragon Age 2 characters show up in Inquisition because like, hey, fan service. And I think like Hawk shows up in Dragon Age Inquisition. If you stay a Grey Warden and you survive in Origins, then you show up in Inquisition. And like if Alistair is a Grey Warden, he shows up in Inquisition. So like there's different references, but I played Inquisition first, so I didn't get all of those. But actually, not Culver, Cullen. I only learned this after I like played the first game. After I played the first game, Cullen in Inquisition is actually the Templar who is in the Mage's Circle in the first game, and he's the one who like was stood there for like a week, just like casting a protective circle to protect himself as he was constantly assailed by illusions and tricks, and like he never faltered. So that's super cool to be like, yo, this really minor character in the first game becomes super major in the third game, kind of like how a bunch of major characters in the first game become minor in the third game. Although I did end up engaging in the hanky-panky with Morrigan in the first game to not die, because like, hey, I still thought that she was really cool, and I still thought that like there's no reason not to die. And I get that she's up to like nefarious purposes, but like, hey, like it's a win-win. However, because I was playing as a male character. Yeah, like I'm not really sure. I think I liked both Liliana and Morgan, although I did keep Liliana soft, because apparently you can like harden her by like telling her to like be ruthless and murder and killing, and I'm just like, no, she's nice, she's sweet. I wanted to preserve that. I can't remember, like I think I chose her as my romance option over Morgan. However, as I have developed, as I've matured, I would change that. However, I also would not be surprised if I stumbled into it, because I remember playing Persona 4. One of the girls, you have the option of like, she's like, hey, yeah, I really like you. And like, you're just in a conversation and your responses are, you're a good friend. You're a good classmate. And I really like you too. I chose I really like you too, literally because I was being nice. So I accidentally romanced the character in Persona 4 Golden because I just didn't want to be rude. Because I was just like, yeah, like you're a nice person. And like up until that point, I was like, I guess she would be my romance option if I had to choose one, because Naoto had not arrived yet. But I wasn't interested in her really. I was just like, yeah, like maybe her, maybe Rise, I'm not really sure, but I literally accidentally romanced a character, so I found that so funny. You killed Liliana for the achievement? Wait, she was a religious yandere with a foot fetish? I do not remember this. Her ending is better soft. Yeah, and really it's just a matter of affect, really. It's if she's hard, she's kind of rude and mean. If she's soft, she's nicer and sweeter. And like I chose her because she's like a nice, sweet minstrel bard. And yeah, my current choice would definitely be Morrigan. Because like when you look past like just the fact that she's like a very like just attractive goth witch, which like points there. It's also the idea of like Liliana's like very like kind of, I would say, like sweet, and then Morrigan is more of like awkward when you interact with her and you're close with her. Although I do think it was kind of weird how like you can get like a threesome and like a foursome going if you like quote unquote harden Liliana and you're in a relationship with her. Bio games are weird, and like romance options in games are weird. You played a dwarf in Origins and wanted my character to die, but in the DLC Morrigan got pissed at me because I dared to survive without helping her, and I love that. Oh no. So question, am I the only one who, when I play like BioWare style games, I always max out speech first. I max out what gives me more dialogue options first, because I want to see more of the game. I want to see more content. And then what happens is that almost always the, oh, you had to unlock speech to choose this is like the objectively correct answer, like always. And then the only time I did not choose the objectively correct answer that I had to have the high speech requirement is with the Dead Legion in the Orzammar, or like in the dwarf section. Like you have to have a high enough speech to have them leave their post to come to the surface so they join you in the final battle. And I just was like, no, you need to stay down here because the Darkspawn will stay down here whether there's a blight or no. You need to protect down here. But that was like the quote unquote like wrong option. That was the less effective option. I think that kind of rating system is silly. I haven't played much of Fallout, but I think that the Fallout system, at least early games, tends to be better, where high stats give you good benefits, low stats give you other different good benefits. It's kind of the middling stats where you're not good either way. That's where you start running into trouble. Oh, so it is Morgana. I couldn't remember if it was Morgan or Morgana. I'm not into Morgana at all. All the time I made her angry at me. That's also part of what it was, is that I was constantly upsetting her because I was constantly taking like the moral option. I was constantly like choosing the morally correct thing. She's constantly like, you know, if you just killed them, this would make the situation much faster. That may have been part of the decision. I'm not going to lie. Because if I'm going to romance someone and like our fundamental worldviews are at odds, it doesn't matter if you're like goth witch GF. Like I don't want to get into constant fights in my Twilight years. Ooh. Good. I told him to help us, a dwarf, saying that the army of the city is more than ready to fight the Darkspawn. See, I don't know if that was the case, because from what I remember, the Darkspawn in the Crossroads were like way more numerous than the Blight. The whole, like, the thing with the Crossroads is that it's basically a Blight every single time. Like, it's a Blight every day down there. And then it's only a Blight hitting the surface when something catastrophic goes wrong. She just accepts that you're a good person at the end. Morgana does. Interesting. Yeah, but I'm also of the opinion that, like, I don't know, I don't put too much stock in video game romances, particularly because most of the time they never really strike me. I'm not gonna lie, like, playing Persona 3, because I was just talking about Persona earlier, none of the romance options really interested me as romance options. None of them really spoke to me. I want to play Persona 5 Royal. I'm not sure if I want to stream that because it's like 100 hours of gameplay, and that would be like probably 20 streams, which is obviously a lot. And I would want to wait until I'm more comfortable streaming video games to do something like that. So that seems like a big investment. I don't know if I would want to do that. I might just play it on my own because I've been meaning to play Persona 5 Royal for like over a year now. But I'm thinking it might be the same in Persona 5 because like in Persona 4, I didn't really have a romance option that interested me until Naoto arrived because Naoto, I don't know. Androgyny makes my brain go burr. I'm sorry. Her letters with the warden on Inquisition was nice. I played as the Dwarven Prince, so I knew for a fact that we could defend it. Fair. Yeah, I played as a human noble. Yeah, in my playthrough. Also, I appreciate in Dragon Age that dwarves cannot access the Fade. And Canary? Like in Inquisition? I don't remember if they can. But like dwarves cannot access magic because they're not connected to the Fade. And like they stick by their guns for that. You can't be a mage and a dwarf. Although I do find it very funny that there's a specific line in the game when you're forming the Inquisition where Cassandra is talking and she's just like, hey, like no one's gonna want to rally behind us because the head inquisitor or like the Inquisition is important, but as much as they appreciate you, they would not want to support us. And then they mention like because you're a mage or because you're a dwarf or because you're an elf. But then if you play as a human like fighter or a human rogue, it's just kind of like they don't want to support us. And they don't elaborate because they can't be discriminatory against you. And I watched a person play every Kingdom Hearts 100 hours. It's that long. Yeah, and that's something where I would want to get a couple games under my belt first. Because, at least for me, and this is a little bit of an issue, like, Dragon Age hits this too, where it's just like, the plot bit's very interesting. The running around doing side quests, the random fights, the grinding, the ooh, I just saw an herb, let me pick it up. Oh, even farther off the path, another herb, let me pick it up. When I think of a game and it's like 20 hours of like really solid content and then like another 80 or another like 60 hours of side quests and running around and just grinding, that does not appeal to me. That 20 hours can be really interesting, but as a viewer and as a player, nah. Now with Persona, it's a little different because, at least for me, Persona tends to be, it's 100 hours, maybe, again, like 20 hours of it is plot. It's like really riveting plot stuff that is usually pretty good. Probably 40 of those hours is social links and is non-plot related story, which can be pretty good. But then you still have like another 40 hours of, I was about to say you're in Tartarus because I've been watching a Persona 3 playthrough, but like you're just grinding dungeons or palaces or Tartarus or whatever. Or you're running around shopping. Or you're doing the part-time jobs to get you money. Or you're grinding your stats. Or you're answering questions in class that like are just trivia questions. I mean, that is an answer. Like Atlark, that's a very realistic answer. However, at least for me, like with something like Dragon Age, that doesn't change the fact that if I put on like story mode, it doesn't change the fact that I still have to run around fighting witch people. It's just like, oh, I have to go around and close these 4 warp rifts or these 4 fade rifts. It will just take me 10 minutes instead of 30. But all of the combat will be boring because it's super easy. And then in something like Persona, it's a little bit of the same deal where it's just like, oh, the boss fights are less climactic now. And personally, I like my issue with Persona is that it incentivizes you to, at least in Persona 4 and Persona 3, basically every cycle. So like every time someone goes missing in Persona 4 or every phase of the moon in Persona 3, you're encouraged to go to the dungeons or TARDIS once, and then like right at the very end, and then immediately fight the boss, right? So what happens is that it's like 10 hours, or probably not 10 hours. It's like 5 hours of like social links. And then it's like another 5 hours of like Tartarus or dungeons or grinding. And then it's like 2 hours of really good plot. And then it's just repeat the cycle. So then I get really bored of the social links like 3-4 hours in. And I'm like, I want to play the video game. I want to fight monsters. And then when I'm like 1 or 2 hours into fighting monsters, I'm like, I want social links back. And then once I hit plot stuff, I'm like, I'm locked in. You can't pull me away from my seat. And then with Dragon Age Origins, it's a little bit different. It's more of just, there's so much to do, you know? And actually in Dragon Age Origins, I really enjoyed how there's like 4 major areas that you can go interact with. And each of them has a collection of side quests and then the main quest. And you have random encounters when you go from one to the other. You have quests that are like, hey, I know a guy over in the dwarf city, but I'm in the elf forest. Can you send it over? So then I go over, and then that gives me a reason to go back to the dwarf city, right? Easy does not equal boring to you. No, I feel that. And I think it depends on what easy means. I think a lot of the time what they do is they just make it so that, oh, you take 50% reduced damage and you deal 50% more damage. And that just makes fights faster, which, Kunari can, only specific ones. Dwarves have natural defenses against magic as well, and I love it. Dwarf Templar is perfect. You're just become immune to magic. Interesting. Oh yeah, and this is just a testament to the writing sometimes, or like the world building. But like, I like how this might be with Cullen, or it might be Alistair in Origins. But it's the idea that someone, I think it was Liliana, clocks Cullen as a former Templar because he holds his shield angled down, because then that means when he raises his shield, it would angle away any magical burst or like splash of acid that goes towards his face. And then it's just very minor but consistent details like that makes it feel like, oh, you're an intelligent and perceptive character for recognizing that. And I feel like that makes sense because this guy is a former Templar and he specializes in fighting mages. Like, it makes sense that he would hold his shield in a way to prevent him from taking the brunt of a magical attack. I'm curious. Horror, interested? Interested, yes. If you're talking video games, I have Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and I want to play that. I have a game called Darkwood, and I want to play that. I want to play horror games, not because I'm a big fan of horror, but specifically because I'm not. And I think it would be very fun for like late night horror game. I also want to play a game called Yume Nikki, which I don't think is a horror game, but it is like, I've heard it described as playing a dream. So a lot of these I'd be going in blind. Like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, I remember like watching YouTube videos about it. Like when it came, like I remember watching PewDiePie playing Amnesia: The Dark Descent like 12 years ago, or probably 14 years ago at this point. But I only watched a couple videos, partially because I was like scared, but mostly because I was just like, it didn't interest me too much. But I think it'd be really fun to like play a horror game with stream chat, particularly because I'm not skilled at it. And that's why I actually installed Darkwood like the other week, because that's a game where it's like survival horror. It's top-down survival horror. So that would be a game where it's more interesting than just me being scared, like, oh no, and then you get to a point and laugh. It would be like can I actually play through this game? And on top of that, it would be spooky scary, you know? I also think it would be really fun to play Outlast, because Outlast is a game where, again, I watched videos of it like probably like 8 years ago, back when it came out. But I know almost nothing of it. Like, I know the premise is that you're an investigative journalist in an insane asylum. It's filled with a bunch of crazy people. You're recording it all. You have a bunch of like terrible, awful stuff happen to you. And then I think like at the end, you get like switcherooed kind of deal. But apparently it's a super scary game. And then like it completely fell off in the more recent releases. Lark, you didn't sleep again. Ooh. I might wrap up in the next couple minutes, just because, one, it's pretty late for a lot of my viewers. Also, it's late for me. I have work tomorrow. Alternatively, I could wrap up stream now in like 3 minutes, and then I could stream on Twitch for like another hour or two, because I need to get my streams in. That'd be very funny. How about Layers of Fear? I recommend as horror, and it has a good story. I don't know Layers of Fear. I do also have Evil Within, and I think it's the Prey remake. I don't know if those are horror games. Layers of Fear. Oh, I feel like I've seen people streaming this like in my recommended. I have not clicked it, but psychological horror. Player controls a psychologically disturbed painter who's trying to complete his magnum opus as he navigates a Victorian mansion revealing secrets about the past. Gameplay is presented in first-person perspective, is story-driven, and revolves around puzzle-solving and exploration. Layers of Fear Inheritance was released on blah 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 as a direct follow-up add-on to the first game. This time, the player controls the painter's daughter with the downloadable content, focusing on her apparent relapse into trauma after returning to her own house. Interesting. You don't remember Evil Within as horror, but it's good action horror. That's good to know. That's good to know. Maybe that would be a good stepping stone, you know? Like, playing Evil Within as a stepping stone into horror, because, like, I'm not a big horror head. Hello, Burn. I love your reels about D&D. Never caught streaming before. Well, I only started streaming a few weeks ago, and I primarily stream on Twitch, but I've been trying to stream once a week on YouTube, so no worries there. Thank you for joining me. Right now we're talking about video games, and specifically horror games. I was talking about the remake, not the original Layers. Well, the remake is the 2016 one. Oh no, the 2023. Oh. It is a remake of and sequel to the 2016 game Layers of Fear, and a sequel to Layers of Fear 2. Interesting. So it's kind of like the like Resident Evil 4 remake of Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil 2 remake. Interesting. No, I think it'd be super interesting to, particularly like a horror game I have no idea about. I just think that might be fun. Because like I'm not a big horror head, and I think it would be I'm not a big horror head, and I don't think it would necessarily be less scary with a chat. However, I feel like I would be more inclined to beat it and continue through it with chat, because I don't know, I'd get scared. If you want a good stepstone horror, Little Nightmares. Oh, I have Little Nightmares. Is that a horror game? I thought that was like a adventure game, like maybe horror adventure, but although I should probably say I'm kind of hyping myself as being a big scaredy cat. I'm the sort of person who like I will like yell at a jump scare, and I will like get spooked out at creepy stuff, but usually I'm not like, I don't know, I like to think I'm pretty good under pressure. I mean, I could totally just play Little Nightmares. Because I got it for free on Steam like probably over a year ago at this point, because they released, because like Little Nightmares 2 had just come out or something. I could try playing Little Nightmares at some point. I don't actually know much about it. Oh, I've also played Limbo. I think that's another like light horror game. Fun fact, I played Limbo with my friends like, again, like a decade ago. I was the only one of my friend group who didn't beat it. Not because I was too scared or anything, but just because like I wasn't that good at it. And then by the time they all beat it, like I hadn't beaten it yet, and I just didn't pick it back up. So it might be fun to run through Limbo. Wanna know what would be a blast from the past? If I just randomly streamed like Super Meat Boy. Like, talk about like old school games that like streamers used to play. That'd be so funny. You gotta sleep at least a moment. Yes, Alark, you do. Oh my gosh, my window completely went crazy. How dare you? Okay. But yeah, I am somewhat worried about just hopping into being like a variety game streamer, because I understand that a lot of people check out my streams because they're YouTube watchers, and obviously my YouTube's mostly TTRPG. And I think a lot of people stay because they enjoy me yapping. So I want to try it out, but I don't want to like alienate my audience. So I would definitely check out. Amnesia Bunker would be something to check out after I check out Amnesia and probably Amnesia Machine for Pigs. Because I've heard very good things about both Amnesia and Amnesia Machine for Pigs. I haven't heard much about Amnesia Bunker. Soma, I've heard, is terrifying and nothing else. So that's another like good, never heard anything about it horror game. Signalis, I watched a YouTuber called Bricky. I mentioned him a couple times on this channel. But I watched his video on Signalis, and I don't know how I would do with survival horror, specifically because like I didn't grow up on like Resident Evil 2. I don't have the sort of like muscle memory of like, oh, I'm good at both resource management and also playing a horror game and all that. So like, and also I can't remember if Signalis is one of those games where like if the ending is spoiled you can't play it. But like I feel like I got a pretty comprehensive explanation of it because I never expected to play it. But robot lesbians in a survival horror setting interest me. I just don't know if I would be interested in playing it anytime soon. I probably want to like build up my experience first. I gotta play Signalis. All I know is gay Russian robots. No, exactly. It's also like a survival psychological horror game. You heard good things about Machine for Pigs? It was either I heard good things about Machine for Pigs or Machine for Pigs was trash and then Amnesia Bunker saved it. It was one of the two. It was like I either heard good things about the first two and then the third one was bad, or I heard good things about the first and the third one and the second one was bad. Yeah, so like I'm not saying Machine for Pigs is good. I'm just like, I remember one of them I heard was good. Because obviously Amnesia 1, classic. I don't think anyone's going to argue that. But I also think a lot of people are going to say it's a rough, it's a rough gem. It's by no means like the pinnacle of horror. It is a very rough but effective tool. Bunker isn't the third one. Interesting. As you can tell, I'm not big on keeping up with video game releases at all, really, but particularly like Amnesia or like horror games that I haven't played before. I mean, if chat is interested, I could make a more active effort to try out gaming. My issue is that I don't want to alienate my audience. I'm very self-conscious about these sorts of things, not even just to be like, oh, I don't think I'll be good at it, so I shouldn't even try, but just from the simple fact of like, I mean, Celerity Dust, fantastic VTuber who I know, has made videos talking about how like they've been typecasted by their audience, and if you present content to an audience who typecasts you, not following that typecast, they're more likely to just walk past it. They won't watch it. So I don't want to do that to folks who want one thing and then they assume that they won't get that just because they tuned in for me playing Poke Rogue when they wanted me to just yap about life advice, right? And that's what I was planning with YouTube streams versus Twitch streams. What I might end up doing is I might end up playing video games on Twitch and then sticking to yapping on YouTube. But even then, like, I tried that the other day and just like I had a couple viewers. I wasn't in the vibe. I wasn't in the mood. Maybe that was like me conflating the two, but I don't know. I got a little bit discouraged. Everyone forgot that Rebirth existed, and I don't know why. Amnesia Rebirth was good. Okay. Hey, Faceless, why don't you drop all these suggestions down in the Discord in the link below? The totally real Discord that we have. Although I will say this again for anyone who wasn't here. I do think it'd be very funny because I'm very concerned about starting a Discord or anything that's like a community page, because I understand how quickly that can get out of hand and how easily it can go unnoticed. So I'm very hesitant to try anything like that. But I think it'd be really funny to make a Discord server with just one channel and I say, okay, go buck wild. So I think it'd be very funny to release that and then over time add more channels as the channel grows, as we hit milestones, as the community does things. I think that'd be very cute, but I think it would be, I don't know, I'm scared. I don't want to be responsible for someone else's drama. Because like, if I have a server and then someone like inappropriately DMs someone, I don't want to be responsible for that. Super Meat Boy, I raged at that really badly at the point of making beating meat insults at the... I played Super Meat Boy a little bit, like, because Super Meat Boy is like late 2000s, right? I played it in the early 2010s, and then I put it down, and then I tried it again a couple years later, and then I just put it down again because I'm not good at 2D platformers, and I'm also not good at rage games. You just like horror and making lists. Well, I appreciate it. No, and just fair warning, I probably won't remember most of these suggestions. That's not because I'm not interested. It's just because like I haven't written them down. I don't have them on hand. I have another list I want to get through first. But by all means, like if I'm going to be playing video games, I love suggestions, and I love, particularly if it's like a game I haven't heard of before, but is recommended to me, because then it's like, hey, I'm going in blind. But good night. Thank you very much for your time and company, and also for your contributions. Good night. Well, I think I'm going to wind down. My throat's kind of feeling it. It's past midnight over here, and I got work tomorrow. So any final questions from anyone? I know I set up that parking lot, but some of the folks who were asking stuff, they left, and we went on a bunch of tangents, so all was well. I think I'm going to wrap up in the next couple minutes unless anyone has any questions. I'm in the One Strange Discord server. Has one channel, one picture. Nobody can speak except for mods. The server is called Obama and has a picture of him in the White House. See, I'm not saying that. I'm saying one channel, one voice channel, and then just go. You know? Like, obviously, get mods, make sure everything's civil, but like, if you want to post fan art, you post it in there. If you want to talk about D&D, you post it in there. If I want to make an announcement, I post it in there. Why has everyone been in that Obama server? Yes, thank you for the Little Nightmare suggestion, Faceless. I might end up playing it soon. You never know. I think I might bite the bullet on my video gaming streaming journey because I just saw PokeRogue for the first time a few days ago on someone's stream, and I watched them play through like 2 runs, or really like a run and a half because I had to step out for a while in the second run. But I'm not good at Pokemon. I don't know a lot of Pokemon like type matchups. I don't know a lot of Pokemon past Gen 1 or Gen 2. So I think it'd be very fun for like a Pokemon noob to just kind of stumble through PokeRogue, particularly if I get a chat full of people who are all like, no, you idiot. Obviously you should be using ice against dragon types. Obama fandom is heating up. Yo, Obama third term 2024. Let's go. There's so many PokeRogues. Take your pick. I'm talking the one that got super popular like a month or 2 ago. It's just called PokeRogue. It's like a browser game. I think it might be fun. Although we have to figure out like, hey, would it be fun because you're pointing and laughing at me, or fun because it's cringe, or fun because you're going to help out the person who has no idea what they're doing. The world may never know. Sorry, that was me yawning. Yeah, I've been going to bed pretty late recently. I don't know how many of you do, or a couple of you seem to have been doing this, but when I have a streamer I really like, sometimes I watch a couple streamers who are like, they start late on EST, so I'll just like put them on my phone and I'll go into my bed, but I'll still be listening to their stream. So like I'm falling asleep listening to the stream, and then sometimes it's engaging, so I'm not going to bed. I'm just like watching the stream, and I'm like, it's 3 a.m. I need to go to bed, but at the same time, my Kamiyoshi is streaming. I'm not even sure if we can handhold someone that doesn't know Pokemon well for a roguelike. No, that's the thing, is I wouldn't want to be handheld. I would just kind of stumble, and if chat wants to backseat, I would say by all means backseat. Like I would not stop backseating, because like I know how type matchups work. I know how to play Pokemon. I know what a potion versus a revive versus an ether does. The only issue is I'm like completely at a loss for like most non-iconic Pokemon of each generation past like generation 2, and a lot of the type matchups I'm not 100% on. And also I don't know what most of the moves do. So like if you say I don't know, if I have like a Charmander with Ember and I'm going up against a Beedrill, I'll know to use Ember because fire is super effective against bug type, right? And then after the battle, I know that you can like buy items from a shop. I might buy Charmander and Ether because I only have 1 PP left on my Ember, and I know that Charmander as my heavy hitter needs to get like a stab move, right? However, if I have like an ice type Pokemon and in reserve I have like a lightning type Pokemon and a flying type Pokemon, and I'm playing against a fairy type, I have no idea what to do in that situation. So that's the sort of interesting circumstances that I would come across, where it's just like, how does steel interact with grass? How does bug interact with fighting? Right? And just for the record, I would not take any issue with people being like, swap in X and use Y. Fire is effective against bug. Type matchup scare me. Why does fighting beat dark? Listen, I'm assuming fire is super effective against bug. If I set a bug on fire, it's going to die, and bug is super close to grass, and fire is super effective against grass. Does fighting beat dark? I didn't know that. I wouldn't have guessed that. I know ghost beats psychic because I know in the anime, Ash had to get a haunter to beat Sabrina. Why does fighting beat dark? Can you punch a shadow? I didn't know that. Another daily reminder that fairy type has been around for almost a decade. No, that's the thing. Fairy type has been around since I think like generation 4 or generation 3. That's not me saying like, oh, these newfangled generations. That's me saying like, I have only played generation 1. And that's not because like I'm some generation purist who thinks all of the other generations are dumb. That's me as someone who just like, I have never been super into Pokemon, like as the game series. I've played I played the cartridge of Pokemon Blue and Pokemon Yellow. And like I linked that up on my N64 to Pokemon Stadium. Like that's the generation of Pokemon I played with. Oh, it was Gen 6. I mean, that's even later than I was expecting. But the point is, like, we're in, like, Gen 9, right? So anyone who says, like, these fairy types are ruining Pokemon are ignoring the fact that they've been around for, like, a decade, right? I was born when Gen 3 came out. Who's your lifeblood? Water resists steel because can't cut a thing. Listen, if I take like a sword and I stab it into the water, the drag on the water is going to make my attack less effective. Yeah, Sync, just make sure, I want to make sure I'm being clear here that I'm not like trashing newer generations because old generations are better. Like, from what I understand, like Generation 4 and 5 were apparently peak. Like, they were peak Pokemon. They were some of the best designed games. They had some of the best, like, balances in terms of movesets. Like, some of the most interesting legendaries. I think 5 was the Unova with, like, black and white. And everyone clowned on it for, like, the trash Pokemon and the ice cream Pokemon. But it was, like, American themed, so it fit. Like, I'm not trashing on new Pokemon because it's new. I'm just saying that, like, my breadth of knowledge is very limited past the original 151. And even then, it's not super in-depth. Ghost resist bugs. Bugs don't have souls. Aren't bugs, like, super effective against Psychic? Like, Bug and Ghost are, like, super effective against Psychic, and that's why in Gen 1 they were like the only two options you had against Sabrina. No, I get it. It's like a recurring trap with newer games. Yeah, and I mean, it's also, how many times do you hear Nintendo is ruining Pokemon? They have released the worst Pokemon game. All of the new Pokemon suck, and the new rivals are boring, and the new gameplay mechanic is the worst it's ever been. And then fast forward like 4 years later, like, and a DLC later, and then it's the exact same rhetoric and saying how, well, actually, Scarlet and Violet is the worst Pokemon game ever. Sword and Shield was actually ahead of its time, and Sun and Moon, we don't talk about how good it was. And then like when like I think it's like A and Z or like Alpha and Omega come out, everyone's going to be like, actually, Scarlet and Violet were underrated masterpieces. And it's like nostalgia goggles. It's hate whatever is newest, and then, like, because everyone who hates the new thing is focused on that new thing, everyone who loved the previous gens can talk about them. Like, it's Scarlet and Violet were a buggy mess, and they had a very low effort put into them from what I'm aware. But, like, Sword and Shield's plot sucked, but apparently a bunch of people love the characters, right? Like, a bunch of people love, like, Bee and Marnie and Hop and think that like they all like share a collective brain cell to like harass one another with. So that's something where it's like no one's saying that the story was super good, but people fell in love with the characters. And then with Scarlet and Violet, I think it's going to be similar where like I think it's like Penny and Arvin and Nimona is the squad. Like people are going to be like, yeah, the game was a buggy mess, but like I love the characters and I love like the story behind like I think it's like Team Star or whatever. Psychic defeats fighting due to mind over matter. Yeah. Yeah, Psychic is weak to common fears, Dark, Ghost, and Bug. I'd argue I'm also pretty scared of dragons getting punched in the face, but no, I actually didn't put that together. I just figured that it was because like they needed good type matchups back in Gen 1. The only valid critique they've had in years is that the in-depth quality of games has gone down significantly. What I've heard is that the games have been of a lower quality. Like literally graphics have gone down, stability has gone down, crashes and bugs have gone up, unintended exploits have gone up. That's the main critique I've heard, and that's something where I think that is, even if you're like a Pokemon hater, I think that's probably still valid critique. And I think even if you're a Pokemon enjoyer, that's what you say as someone who loves Pokemon because you love the series so much. I think it's like terrestrialization ruined Pokemon, or Gigantamax was the worst mechanic ever. Those are critiques where that's just you're being salty. And like, you know, like I'm not super big on modern Pokemon, but like I think Mega Evolutions is kind of silly because all it does is give like spotlight Pokemon that everyone already loves like an extra evolution, and it's like, whoa, but we needed more Charizard fans, you know? And like Gigantamax is the same thing where it's like you get Gigantamaxing. I think it's only special Pokemon can Gigantamax. And then they just get super moves. Or maybe it's everyone can get Gigantamaxed, but they only get special Gigantamax form if they're one of the favored Pokemon like Gengar. And then it's like, oh, okay, you're just reinforcing favoritism because you want to sell plushies and toys, and I get it. But then something like terrestrialization is something where that's something where they flirted with, I think it was like Hisuian variations, where it's like, this is a, what was it, Corellia? Like the coral Pokemon, but they made it a ghost type because it's the bleached variety. So you have the same moveset, but it's a ghost type instead of a water type. That sort of stuff is awesome. And being able to say, hey, I want to create a grass build, but my favorite Pokemon is like Pidgeot. So I'm going to terrestrialize Pidgeot into a grass type so I can have a full grass team, but still include my ace. Like that's an awesome mechanic, I think. And honestly, I think it would be more interesting if they committed to it fully, where instead of you activate it during battle, it's an out of game or it's an out of match permanent change. And maybe you have it so that it's only one Pokemon at a time can be terrestrialized. So like you're only going to ever do it with either your favorite Pokemon or a very niche circumstance where like, oh, I'm going up against the fire gym, I'll terrestrialize into water to half all their damage. You know, I think that might have been a more interesting mechanic, because I think that the way gyms are designed, hello Scoop, we're talking about Pokemon, modern Pokemon specifically. I think the way gyms are designed, I think it would be more interesting if gyms consistently were either 2 elements or 1 element and then a different element for the ace. So the starter gym is like your standard grass gym, right? And then their ace is a fire Pokemon. Or you just fully commit to like, this is the lava gym, and you're going to get the lava badge from this. So you have like Golem, and you also have Magmar. And then maybe they also have like a Slugma, because you can Slugma balls. So the idea is like, oh, it's like two fire Pokemon and a rock Pokemon. Or if it's lightning and flying, it's you have two lightning Pokemon, 2 flying Pokemon. And then maybe a late game one is like maybe it's ice and ghost, which are very not related, but maybe the whole theming of the gym is like, oh, a blizzard rolls in and then like the spirits of dead Pokemon haunt the mountain, so it's like ice and it's ghost. And then maybe it's a ghost team, and then the ace, the only like 4 Pokemon are ghosts and 1 is ice. I think that would be more interesting encounter design than just, oh, I'm at the fighting gym. Let me whip out my psychic Pokemon that can one-shot literally all of their Pokemon. I unfortunately can't get into Pokemon. It's one of those things where a lot of bad memories are associated with Pokemon, person who liked Pokemon. Yeah, we all got those. And like, I've had bad memories associated with properties that I've loved. And realistically, I found the only way to get through that is to make new memories. And that's not easy. And that's generally not worth it unless you want to love the thing for a separate reason. So maybe someone who was like abusive to you, really treated you poorly, and they were super into like Magic the Gathering. And you are like, man, I really enjoyed Magic the Gathering, but like I just can't play it because I associate with them. Like maybe that was one of the ways they bullied you, is they would constantly like put you down by playing it. And then maybe one of your new friends is like, hey, I play Magic the Gathering. Like, have you ever played before? And you're like, yeah, but I don't play anymore. And they're like, yay, we should play sometime. And you're like, no, sorry, I'd rather not. That's a situation where it might be tough, but I think like 9 times out of 10, it will be worth it. Because not only do you get to play this thing you once loved, you also demonstrate to yourself that this person holds no power over you. And it is such a liberating thing to realize that someone who hurt you does not hold power over you. And it can hurt you in any capacity. It can hurt you physically, mentally, verbally, whatever. It could hurt you something directly related to it or separately. And I think that it's something where it's degrees of separation. It's exposure therapy. It is, if someone like was emotionally and verbally abusive to me, and they used Magic the Gathering as a way to communicate that, I probably don't want to just jump into playing Magic. However, I might play a different TCG with them, with my new friend who wants to play a card game. Or maybe if this person who is very like mean and abusive and a jerk to me played Magic the Gathering and was super into it, but I never played with them, then maybe it's easier to step into it because it's not the direct association. It is just the, oh, I'm reminded of them. Because then you make new memory. I basically didn't play D&D for a whole year for a while because one of my friends was abusing me into doing a campaign how they wanted. Yeah, and I had multiple years where I was not playing D&D because of bad associations with specific people who mistreated me. Sometimes directly via D&D, and sometimes not via D&D. Sometimes it was related to D&D, but not specifically. And now I'm running a D&D channel. So obviously our experiences are different and your mileage may vary, but I just want to demonstrate that as someone who went through a lot of people being jerks to me, is what I'll say. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to point fingers at anyone of having done anything, but they were jerks to me in varying capacities, across varying times, and in varying scenarios. They kind of killed my love for D&D for a while, for years, really. I had to get out my creative outlet like purely through writing, and it was only after I went through a very difficult period in my life where I went through a lot of growth and a lot of change that I started again. And then I kind of picked it back up again with new people, made new memories, and then those people fell apart and I stopped playing with them because new issues rose. So It was not a, oh, I have bad memories, let me just flip a switch to make good ones. It was a long fought battle, and it was struggling, and it was tough. But I did it. And if some random internet person can do it, you might be able to. Just do anything besides types. This is the sound gyms we use a Zubat, and here's Cricktoon and the fucking Bell one. Oh, that would be interesting. Yeah, because I mean, I think that would definitely be more interesting and also more difficult. Because I think at the end of the day, a lot of people who are adults play Pokemon. But Pokemon has continued to be built with children as the primary demographic, right? So it's easy for an 8-year-old to see, oh, I'm going into the grass gym. Let me grab my fire types. Let me grab my whatever else is super effective against grass. It's easy for a child to interpret that and capitalize on that. But then I think at the higher levels, for adults, then it's kind of like, well, if this is sound-based, I can probably expect some normal type, maybe some fighting type. I imagine there's going to be at least like one dark, maybe a fire type in there. Even if it's only like 2 Pokemon, you can know it's probably not going to be grass. It's probably not going to be water. It might be psychic. Like it narrows it down. And maybe if you're like, oh, this is the industrial gym. It's about industry. And like we already have construction sites as their own dedicated zones. So if it's an industrial construction site, that's probably poison, steel, fighting, normal, ground, lightning, rock. That is like 6 to 8 types right there off the top of my head that all immediately come to mind with like industrial construction site that all have some relation to each other. So even if the fight ends up being the starter is a ground type and then the ace, because it's a 2 Pokemon gym, is like a poison steel type, suddenly I had to play around electricity even though I didn't know that it would be there. But I knew I probably don't have to worry about grass or bug. I'm going to leave my anti-ice types at home. I mean, even just today I had a very bad scenario where I had to cut someone out of my life who was inviting me to campaign because I found out they were a creep. Yeah, and that's unfortunate. And I mean, that's why, again, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I'm not going to tell you what you should or should not do. But I have found success in reclaiming my hobbies and interests from people who have hurt. And even more so than just, hey, now I can enjoy this thing I like. Now it is, I can connect with people on a level that I want to. I can connect with people about D&D. I can connect with them on a deeper level because D&D means something to me. I have a storied relationship with it. And then also the kind of deepest and I think most important level is it helps you heal. Because no longer is it this unhealed wound surrounding this thing you love. You have extracted the thing you love from the wound and now it can heal. Now it's not being irritated every time you bring up D&D. Maybe you think about them every once in a while whenever you play D&D, but then you realize, well, now they only account for like 30% of my time playing D&D, and I've played another 30%, which was like, okay, it was all right. I was struggling, but I have now another 40% where it's been fantastic. So, more power to you. I believe in you. Okay, folks, I'm going to say last remarks. I was looking to wrap up like 15 minutes, 30 minutes ago, so any last remarks before I hop off? I thank you very much for coming to this stream. You have so many better things you could be doing with your time. Really, I'm judging you. I hope you know this. Yeah, sorry. I just gotta wait for the delay, just in case. You eated a bug, bye! I guess vor beats bug. Alright. Everyone hydrate, everyone sleep well. Remember to take care of yourself. Remember to enjoy yourself. And I'm going to be streaming on Sunday. My plan was like 7 or 8 p.m. I might end up doing earlier because I tend to run long. So I might go closer to like 6 p.m. So I'll probably make a post on Twitter. Just check out my Twitch on Sunday evening. Very happy to have you all. And I hope that all of you have a lovely day, night, or morning.